Chapter 572, 10 candidates stood in 10 directions on the vast battlefield. The rules of the game this time were that anyone deemed unqualified to stay was free to be challenged and eliminated. Any of the 10 candidates were given permission to freely take the stage, but someone was bound to be eliminated. 10 candidates stood in 10 directions on the vast battlefield. The rules of the game this time were that anyone deemed unqualified to stay was free to be challenged and eliminated. Any of the 10 candidates were given permission to freely take the stage, but someone was bound to be eliminated. Who would be first? Huang Jiuge scanned the scene while remaining standing where he was, tall and proud. Su Ke remained silent with both hands behind him. Bai Zhe simply closed his eyes, as if the upcoming fights had nothing to do with him, as no one was deemed daring enough to challenge him until the very end. He also thought most standing there unworthy for him do the dirty work himself. As such, he simply intended to let the other candidates fight among themselves until one man was left standing. Zhuge Xing also stood quietly in his place. All who stood where they were seemed to have very high opinions of themselves, and no one deemed themselves to be inferior to the others. As such, unlike prior battles, no one was in any hurry to make a move against anyone. Yi Futian scanned the battlefield for a while and smirked. He made his move, being the first one to walk out, attracting the eyes of many. It seemed to many that Yi Futian knew well of his predicament, that he stood no chance of coming out as the top of the 10 candidates left. As such, he chose to come up and challenge someone. Everyone watching was curious as to who Yi Futian would pick to be his first opponent. The audience tracked where he turned his eyes, and the result was a startling one for many, so much so that the audience looked funny. Many thought he would have chosen to challenge Huang from Frost Road or Phoenix from Decay Road. Yet, the one he set his eyes on was none other than the only candidate left from the Zhuge family, Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Xing returned Yi Futian's gaze, a cold look on his face. He was the one to be challenged first, which meant that Yi Futian deemed him to be the most unworthy among the 10 left on the battlefield. "What are you looking at? Just get out here already." Seeing that Zhuge Xing had clearly not understood what he meant with his look, Yi Futian had no choice but to open his mouth. Cold shimmers appeared in Zhuge Xing's eyes. He walked out with a tinge of purplish lightning sparkling in his eyes before replying, "You have guts." "Guts?" Yi Futian looked puzzled. "So Zhuge Xing thinks I'm challenging him because I have guts? He sure has a very high opinion of himself. You said quite a while ago that I don't belong on this battlefield. But as my luck would have it, I'm still here." Yi Futian smiled and continued, "Of the other 9 remaining, you are the trashiest, and so here I am and here you are." Crash! Threads of lightning sparks lit up as Zhuge Xing became infuriated. Yi Futian might have seemed to be cracking a self-deprecating joke, but he was actually insulting Zhuge Xing. However, was Zhuge Xing really weak? Among the members of the Zhuge family in the noble plane, Zhuge Xing was definitely the most talented. Purplish lights crackled in the huge battlefield, seeming to be sparks drawn from the heavens. As the sparks and crackling noises went on, terrifying storms whipped up across the battlefield. The lightning had gotten so intense that even the skies took on a different hue, as if the battlefield had turned into a world made of lightning. Purplish streaks of lightning lashed out at Yi Futian. While the attacks were shot down, sparks coursed through Yi Futian's body nonetheless, which gradually turned into unbearable pressure permeating the battlefield. "You will taste the true power of the Zhuge family," Zhuge Xing said. Crack, boom. Loud noises were heard across the field as multiple streaks of lightning lashed out from the heavens, shining light on the ground. A stout silhouette appeared behind Zhuge Xing as the streaks of devastating lightning continued to rain on the ground. The silhouette was tens of meters tall, a figure to be looked up upon like a god of thunder. That was a true Kuei, a beast of lightning and thunder. Its enormous body spoke of regal might. One war drum of lightning after another appeared before the enormous bull-like creature as the lightning storm turned increasingly intense. The image was a terrifying one, and it was the ability of Zhuge Xing's life spirit. The Kuei was the sacred beast of lightning and was known in the legends to be the stead of the god of thunder. The beast was described to possess the power to command lightning storms, and even its eyes were filled with the sheen of lightning. One look on its eyes was more than enough to tell the horrifyingly sizable magnitude of lightning well housed within, as if one was being struck by lightning. Many shuddered at the devastating scene in the battlefield. Though Yi Futian was incredibly powerful, they were thinking that he probably had made the wrong choice in challenging Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Xing was nothing like Zhuge Ling or Zhuge Ping from before, as they were deemed to be completely different levels in terms of combat prowess. Zhuge Xing even had one more life spirit than both of them. "Take your time and taste it," Zhuge Xing yelled. The Kuei beat on the war drum of lightning as soon as he finished. Countless streaks of lightning strikes rained down on the battlefield in an instant, all lashing out at Yi Futian. What was more terrifying was the resulting noise, which seemed to be powerful enough to rupture Yi Futian's eardrums. Yi Futian felt powerful waves of lightning will directly assault his mind through his ears. Boom! Yi Futian shuddered for a bit and his ears rang. His feet jumped backward without him realizing it. The defenses around him that he had set up prior were all shattered by the lightning. Streaks coursed throughout his body, rendering him increasingly numb all over. One strike packed the power to assault both the body and the mind. Zhuge Xing's reputation as the proud son of the Zhuge family did not come from nothing. Many deemed him to be one of the top 5 candidates, powerful enough to fight for a spot in the top 3. The Kuei howled and the war drums of lightning were heard. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout the heavens and blinding lightning flashes filled the air. Yi Futian grunted as he felt his mind about to be shattered. His feet stuck to the ground and kept going back. The star-powered defenses that he had put up around him prior were easily shattered and were of no match to the sheer devastating power of lightning. "I don't see that I am wrong. Do you really think you're qualified enough to stay?" Zhuge Xing asked coldly. Lightning gathered madly in the sky right above his head, which seemed to be driven by a shadow of the Kuei. The Kuei gradually took a more tangible form and the lightning strikes encased Yi Futian, as if to lock him where he stood. A freakish lightning storm began to coalesce right above Yi Futian's head. It was the thunderbolt bombing spell. Horrifying lightning storms right above Yi Futian lashed out an incredibly devastating streak of lightning right on top of Yi Futian's head. The attack that seemed like a bolt of massive lightning brought from the heavens was the most powerful lightning spell that the Zhuge family had in their arsenal. It was capable of being used by someone with impeccable spiritual energy control and precise training. The incredibly demanding attack packed equally incredible damage potential. A loud boom was heard as the inescapable spell rained down directly on top of Yi Futian's starlight clad around him. Cracks appeared one after another, with even his body of stars shattering. His defenses were torn apart right there and then. The bolt of lightning hit him squarely from above. The spell rendered Yi Futian numb all over, and his knees bent in response. He was numbed almost to the point of paralysis, a testament of the lightning spell's power. Wah! Eyes were set on Yi Futian, and all who watched were wondering if he was able to withstand such power. They looked at Yi Futian, who was hanging his head low, and wondered if he was able to continue fighting. Zhuge Xing was indeed more terrifying than Yan Jiu. More streaks of lightning continued to rain down on their target, without giving Yi Futian pause for even a breather. The attack seemed to be determined to turn him to dust right where he stood. Boom! Yi Futian's body became surrounded by dazzling sacred light. The light of the stars melded with it and protected him. That layer of defense did not shatter from the lightning. "Was that all you got?" a voice said, and many saw Yi Futian raising his head and standing straight up once again. Many shuddered at the sight, as such a devastating attack seemingly failed to even injure him. Just how impossibly tough can a body of flesh and blood be? A world of stars began appearing in the world of lightning. The sun, the moon, and the stars all hung up high in the air. A dazzling beam of sunlight, gentle beam of moonlight, and the swirling dots of starlight made the place look like some kind of rare celestial phenomenon. Zhuge Xing looked slightly troubled. He actually came out unscathed from an attack like that? The rock appeared in a flash of dazzling golden light and went on to cling on to Yi Futian. The scene itself was something Yi Futian accomplished by casting talents of 4 different attributes. All of that coupled with the elemental prowess demonstrated in prior battles made it very clear to everyone that he was a full attribute mandate sorcerer. Streaks of lightning continued to rain on top of him, but Yi Futian vanished from where he stood with a flash. The bolts of lightning missed their target with a loud boom. Yi Futian's body was seen hovering in the air a moment later, his gaze locked onto Zhuge Xing. My turn. The celestial bodies fell as soon as he finished. Heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed by an inferno soon after. An incredibly huge furnace appeared around Zhuge Xing, one that seemed capable of cooking everything on earth in it. The intentions of the furnace were clear: kill Zhuge Xing where he stood. Zhuge Xing extended his palm and said coldly, "Chains of thunder god." Thousands of chains of lightning lashed about with full intentions of shattering the furnace around him. However, as the furnace itself was a construct made of fire, the lightning chains were unable to destroy it. The chains went on to coil around Yi Futian, pressing on the air around him and went about tearing his defenses bit by bit. However, Yi Futian seemed unshaken in the slightest. As moonlight poured down, Zhuge Xing felt intense cold heading for him. Fires of intense yang and waters of intense yin worked against each other, catching Zhuge Xing in between, making him feel extremely miserable. What was worse was that both powers came to form the power of the furnace, trapping him within. The product of yin and yang encased Zhuge Xing securely. Zhuge Xing looked tremendously troubled. He basked himself in lightning, conjuring a huge shadow of lightning for protection. Lightning bolts lashed out at the same time in attempts to destroy the furnace. However, given how the furnace was a construct of fires of intense yang and waters of intense yin, the power of lightning proved useless against it. Zhuge Xing flashed in an attempt to escape the space occupied by the furnace, but countless meteors fell around him in a crazed manner, blocking his way out. The Kuei roared as if to shatter the space it occupied. The beast that commanded storm seemed to be one with Zhuge Xing, as he raised his fist to wreck everything around it. Lightning flashed about in the air and meteors continued falling about madly. An immensely long rod of stars lashed out in the midst of the mess. Yi Futian was seen descending from above, striking like he was about to break the heavens. Zhuge Xing responded by letting out an intense roar and sending the Kuei to charge at him. "Get out of my way," a loud voice boomed. The Kuei trembled and Zhuge Xing's body was forced back into the furnace. His body continued to be covered by fire and ice, causing him extreme misery. The light of that life spirit in the sky shone on him. As both powers continued to grow in magnitude, his lightning defenses struggled to keep up. The powers of fire and ice seeped into his body, making Zhuge Xing feel the searing heat and chilling cold attacking his bones. He turned pale before uttering, "Cease fighting. Cease fighting. What is that supposed to mean?" Yi Futian looked at him with cold expressions as the heat and cold continued to assault Zhuge Xing. Chilling, cracking sounds were heard as Zhuge Xing's skin seemed like it was about to break into pieces. Zhuge Xing then yelled in rage, "I surrender." Chapter 573, The power of the furnace stayed the same, yet the light of the celestial entities behind Yi Futian gradually faded. The crazed environment gradually returned to its usual tranquil state. Zhuge Xing lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes spoke of immense embarrassment. The power of the furnace stayed the same, yet the light of the celestial entities behind Yi Futian gradually faded. The crazed environment gradually returned to its usual tranquil state. Zhuge Xing lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes spoke of immense embarrassment. He had lost the battle. Yi Futian remained in the air, looking down on Zhuge Xing. He seemed to be wearing a smirk on his face, and his expression was more arrogant than ever. "You admit defeat?" There was a clear sarcastic smirk on his face. "I thought you were all pompous and full of yourself, and now you admit defeat fighting a grade 9 noble? Zhuge Xing, is that all you've got?" Zhuge Xing clenched his fists and sparks crackled around him. He was enraged and felt immense humiliation, but the fact was he lost. Countless eyes were on him, and he had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Yi Futian was humiliating him in front of everyone. Yi Futian turned around and walked back to his own spot, saying to Zhuge Xing, "I think it's better that you change your name to Zhuge Buxing, 1. That should suit you better. Crack. That flash of lightning dimmed immediately. Futian had to humiliate him further before leaving the scene. The name Futian had just given him would probably make him a laughing stock for the rest of his life. When people would recall the battle of this day, the jarring nickname would definitely come to mind. Many looked at Zhuge Xing before turning their eyes to Futian. Nothing seemed to be able to stop the dark horse's advance, and it was a dark horse that was able to overwhelm the likes of Zhuge Xing. Many expected him, at that point, to continue baffling the crowd until the very end. It was almost a fact by then that Futian had indeed grown stronger every time he fought someone stronger. The power of his life spirits continued to grow, as if he had been going easy in all his prior battles and never gave his all. What was demonstrated right there and then astonished everyone present. Zhuge Xing, wait at the side for the moment. The selection of the top 10 is somewhat different from before, the elder on the sky stairwell said. No great figures from the Holy Ji Palace extended an invitation to Zhuge Xing. He nodded and dragged himself to the side, staying back on the battlefield. Many wore funny looks on their faces. Is it half the big shots in the palace will only select their disciples when clear victors and losers are determined at the very end? Bai Zhe opened his eyes slowly and shot a glance at Futian. Seems like the guy has something. Let's see how far he can go before I crush him once and for all. Another figure was seen walking out onto the battlefield, catching the attention of many. It was a beautiful girl in rather plain clothes, Phoenix. Phoenix turned her eyes at Xiao Junyi and said, I challenge you. Phoenix specialized in power of life. Xiao Junyi, on the other hand, specialized in power of death. Both individuals bore powers that were polar opposites of one another, and it seemed that they would remain as archrivals for life because of that. Any great figures present knew that the Dark Sage and the Undying Old Man had history as well. And right there and then, their heirs met in the Holy Ji Palace as rivals. Xiao Junyi walked out onto the battlefield with his eyes fixed on Phoenix as he took out his flute. He began playing his tune slowly again. Wisps of death seemed to begin circling around him as he played, before turning into a current and lashing out at Phoenix. Her body was clad in a layer of sacred glimmer at the same time. The jade-colored sacred light was something capable of dispelling all evil power, preventing the current from encroaching her body. The music from his flute was a will-based attack, but Phoenix's mind proved to be just as adamant. An undying phoenix bathed in unending fires in her mind, standing guard firmly and burning down any spiritual attack intended to assault her mind. This is beautiful. Everyone's eyes were fixated on Phoenix, who seemed to have metamorphosed during the battle. Her regal, sacred figure made her look like a goddess. Xiao Junyi's specialty lied in death, which was a very potent ability capable of suppressing many, but Phoenix's abilities proved to be the antithesis that was somehow capable of countering his abilities. The battlefield turned scorching hot in mere moments. Wisps of fire bounced about on the battlefield, and the temperature soared. Said wisps gathered around Xiao Junyi's body, with each and every one carried mysterious holiness to them, like undying candlelight, as they charged at Xiao Junyi. Gray currents of death swept about his vicinity, attempting to extinguish the wisps of fire. However, the fires like candlelight burned off the currents as they got close, and went about penetrating the black mist behind him, intending to burn his body. Inextinguishable flames. Phoenix's life spirit is none other than the undying phoenix, something inherited from the undying old man. Her flames are probably the undying flames. The power packed within one such fire spell is extraordinary. Many were shocked to the bone. A huge wisp of illusionary candlelight fire began to appear under Xiao Junyi's feet. It grew in size and power shortly, becoming like a huge candle fire, wrapping his body within. Xiao Junyi continued playing his flute as a pitch-black silhouette of death appeared behind him, encasing him within. The pitch-black shadow looked like a monster embodying death itself as it opened its huge mouth to devour the flames bit by bit. It grew in size as it went on devouring, and the black mist grew in potency, making it almost potent enough to block out the sky, before devouring the candle fire entirely. It then roared in Phoenix's direction. A screech of the phoenix emanated from within Phoenix. Fiery red wings flapped about between the heavens and the earth, sprinkling endless fire all over the place, tainting the surroundings red. An incredibly huge shadow of the phoenix was seen across the vast battlefield, while a regal undying phoenix was seen right behind Phoenix herself. The shadow of the phoenix and the death monster clashed, as if two terrifying glimmers of light were pitted against each other in the air. The death monster expanded in a crazed manner as Xiao Junyi played his flute. The huge mouth of death spread as it grew in size, intending to swallow the immortal bird whole. The entire world seemed to have turned into pitch-black darkness, as it went on to engulf Phoenix. Many shuddered at the scene. Just how fearsome can Xiao Junyi's death abilities get? The black mist of death blocked out all light within, devouring everything in its path. The incredibly huge immortal bird seemed to be swallowed in mere moments, and the monster's mouth continued to make its way for Phoenix. Phoenix did not budge from where she stood. The light of the undying phoenix behind her remained incredibly regal and sacred, encasing her within. The death monster finally went on to engulf her, swallowing her and her life spirit whole within the black mist. This. The hearts of many shook. This is just too terrifying. Is Xiao Junyi some kind of grim reaper? Is Phoenix just going to get swallowed up like that? Xiao Junyi's tune with his flute did not stop, it picked up instead. Deathly powers roared. At that very moment, the black mist that emanated behind him and went on to engulf the entire battlefield shone with a dazzling light. Beams of holy lights pierced right through the darkness, dispelling the black mist. The undying phoenix screeched again as it went on to tear everything in its way apart. The death monster roared as it struggled. Many saw wisps of dazzling fire appearing around Xiao Junyi. The shimmering lights spread and the beams cut right through the darkness. The entire battlefield was filled with roaring noises. The black mist was completely dispelled. Xiao Junyi was heard grunting as he took several steps back in the next moment. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. Phoenix's figure was seen on the battlefield again. She stood there silently while covered in sacred lights. However, she was also ensnared with wisps of death currents. They both lost and suffered grave injuries. I give up. Xiao Junyi's expression was as calm as ever. The handsome face never seemed to show any hint of being deterred. I withdraw from further battles as well, Phoenix added. Both left the battlefield to return to their own spots and sat on the floor cross-legged. Is this a draw? There seems to be no victor here, and both gave up. So both are getting eliminated? 7 left on the field then. Yuan Zhan went up next. His body, which seemed to be made of gold, looked ferocious as ever. He fixed his gaze at Huang Zhouge. Yuan Zhan was challenging Huang Zhouge. It was a given that he would not have challenged Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Of all the other remaining ones, only Huang Zhouge's methods of training were extremely hard and yang-based. The man packed fearsome offensive capacity, which Yuan Zhan deemed able to serve well to temper his own powers. He did not come to the Holy Ji Palace for fame or a ranking, he came only because his old man wanted him to learn the powers from the best humans the barren state had to offer. As such, he chose to fight the incredibly powerful Huang Zhouge. Haughtiness appeared in Huang Zhouge's eyes as he stepped out to face Yuan Zhan, keeping his hands behind him all the while. He remained calm and composed, even when going up against a ferocious beast like Yuan Zhan. No hint of pressure was detected from him at all. A current coursed throughout his body as he activated his powers. Dazzling light spawned and shot up, coalescing into a regal aura demanding reverence. They, the sovereign family, were descendants of Ren Huang. While the world by and large did not believe it to be so, the clan itself remained unfazed. Their ways of practice enabled them to bear mysterious currents within, something that was capable of compressing and converting the worldly powers into some mysterious power. The sovereign family called such powers to be the sovereign aura. He remained adamant in his belief of his ancestors' strength, and he intended to prove his point personally. Yuan Zhan stepped forward and the earth shook. The golden body of his packed endless amount of power within. He lashed out with his hand, intending to overwhelm everything in his path with his golden palm. Huang Jioge made no attempt to evade the incoming attack. He leaped into the air clad in sovereign aura, before lashing out with his fist in return. He physically clashed with Yuan Zhan. The sovereign aura turned into dazzling currents as it swept out with a huge boom. None of them fell backward, and Yuan Zhan continued attacking with his huge palm, intending to turn Huang Jioge to dust. Huang Jioge continued fighting adamantly. Booming noises reverberated in the air, shaking the entire place. Both individuals continued to clash with one another. The sovereign aura on Huang Jioge grew increasingly powerful, and his bearing grew in response. The power of his sovereign aura reached a tipping point, turning into a shadow of Renhuang. The sovereign family trained in mysterious ways, enabling them to grow stronger to match their opponent's strength. Yuan Zhan changed his attack method and used his 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. Huang Jioge's sovereign aura responded by coalescing into a chariot and a spear, lashing out together with his fist, as if Renhuang himself was directing a massive army to overwhelm his enemies. Some incredible methods indeed. Yi Futian looked troubled. It was no surprise why many expected Huang Jioge to perform well, even deeming him to be one of the strongest among them all, along with Bai Zhe. The fathers of Bai Zhe and Huang Jioge were ranked 4th and 5th on the Barren Sky ranking, respectively, which meant they were both of incredible lineages. Yuan Zhan grew increasingly vicious as he failed to land an attack. He went on to use the 9 heavenly strikes, powers capable of splitting the earth and shattering everything in their path. The 9 heavenly strikes, used by a being the size of a golden great ape, packed enormous powers within. While Yuan Zhan's level of comprehension of the art was not as deep as Yi Futian's, it was still fearsome nonetheless. It was only natural that Huang Jioge was able to sense the underlying power of the techniques used as well. The chariot and the spear were shattered. He burst out of his Renhuang life spirit entirely, boosting his aura. The roar of the sovereign aura made attacks seem like Renhuang himself had descended on the mortal world. Huang Jioge chose to continue to clash head-on with Yuan Zhan's techniques, not giving in even an inch. The stronger Yuan Zhan got, the stronger Huang Jioge got. Eventually, even Yuan Zhan's full-powered 9 heavenly strikes failed to bring Huang Jioge down. Yuan Zhan was rendered completely exhausted, and Huang Jioge went on to defeat the giant ape. Many sighed seeing the silhouette like that of a king standing proud in the air. They wondered if the final battle would be between Huang Jioge and Bai Zhe. If those two were to clash, what would things be like? Who would come out on top? 6 were left after the battle. 1. Buxing, Xing in Chinese means okay or can do it, but Bu Xing indicates the opposite. Chapter 574, as expected by all present, Huang Jioge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were among the 6 left. The 3 had been deemed the most powerful right from the beginning. Other than them, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Huang were left on the battlefield. As such, the ones to get eliminated next were Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Huang. Su Ke would have probably ended up being ranked 3rd. As expected by all present, Huang Jioge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were among the 6 left. The 3 had been deemed the most powerful right from the beginning. Other than them, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Huang were left on the battlefield. As such, the ones to get eliminated next were Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Huang. Su Ke would have probably ended up being ranked 3rd. The final battle was thought to take place between Huang Jioge and Bai Zhe, as both were heirs of 2 figures ranked in the top 5 of the Barren Sky ranking, which meant that the powers that came from their lineages were too fearsome to gauge. All 3 did not seem to have any intention of going into battle on their own. As such, Yu Sheng made his move. He scanned the 4 other than Yi Futian and fixed his eyes on Huang. Huang detected Yu Sheng's gaze and walked out. Every step brought a chill to the battlefield, a cold that was bone-chilling. He did not wear shoes, which meant he walked barefooted on the battlefield. His steps were light, his long, black hair billowing, and his rags flapped about, all of which spoke of coldness like no other. Wind blew across the battlefield soon after, and the sky was soon filled with snow. The battlefield turned to look like a dead, cold wasteland, like the extreme south of the barren state heard in legends, incredibly barren, shriveled, and cold. "Yu Sheng, better take this one seriously," Yi Futian reminded his friend. He was able to feel that Huang was someone formidable. Yu Sheng stood as his demonic might boiled. Dark golden demonic armor encased his body. The spiritual chi around him went berserk, coalescing in his direction, fueling his demonic aura and making it increasingly powerful. A devil seemed to stand tall and proud in a snowy wasteland, his feet firmly planted on the ground, not moving an inch. A large cold broadsword appeared in Huang's hand. The blade shone with a cold gleam. A fearsome storm whipped about Yu Sheng's body at the very moment Huang picked his blade up, as if broadsword will and the thousands gathered around him, lashing out at Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng's devilish armor and physical constitution were so durable that the broadsword wills whipping about in the storm were utterly useless in breaking his defenses. Huang naturally knew that. He sprinted in the storm before leaping into the air. He held his blade with both hands before bringing it down on his opponent from above. The extremely cold will reached its target before the blade itself, and Yu Sheng felt as if the blood in his body was about to stop flowing. The cold that encroached his body was so extreme that he was unable to evade the slash that was to come. Boom! The cold air burst and a devil halberd was seen on Yu Sheng's hand. He went on to lash out with overbearing demonic power. However, the devil halberd snapped right in the middle as the weapons clashed, and the attacking broadsword was shattered as well. Huang took to the air, coalescing yet another blade in his hands. Even fiercer storms whipped up quickly, encasing Yu Sheng's body in ice. The blade which he held high above his head radiated bone-chilling coldness. His bearing grew even more ferocious as he brought his blade down on his opponent again. A shadow of the devil appeared with a roar, encasing Yu Sheng's body. Terrifying demonic will was lashed out at Huang's body. However, the terrifying will did nothing to deter his blade. The blade, which seemed to pack icy storm-like powers, came down without hesitation, and Huang's hands did not flinch at all when he swung the blade down. Yu Sheng's body continued to devour spiritual chi in a crazed manner, rendering the dark golden demonic storm more ferocious. The storm turned into an incredibly huge dark golden shadow of the devil, the form of which grew increasingly tangible. Yu Sheng punched, and the shadow behind him punched with him. The air shook from the ferocity of the attack. Crisp sounds were heard soon as the blade was brought down on its target. The fist of the devil was cut open by the blade, and the golden devil shadow that was about to take solid form shattered as well, exposing Yu Sheng's body to his opponent. However, the blade was once again shattered from the impact. Even more ferocious storms of ice whipped around Yu Sheng's body, seemingly out to bury him alive. Huang seemed like he was walking in the storm in the air. Another blade appeared in his hand, which looked stronger than the ones from before. Yu Sheng remained standing where he was, feeling his blood about to stop flowing. He seemed to be experiencing the extreme cold in the midst of the icy storm that seemed endless. The spiritual chi that he had absorbed seemed to have turned into devilish flames within his body, burning within to dispel the encroaching cold. The ice and snow around Yu Sheng melted rapidly. He was able to make out a silhouette carrying a blade in the storm. Dark demonic fires continued to burn within, destroying the icy storm around him. The flash of his opponent's blade soon came for his head together with the storm. Boom! The shadow of the devil coalesced once again around Yu Sheng. Spiritual chi of the world combined to create the most powerful devil, as wisps of dark golden demonic currents whipped around in the air. Devastating storms seemed to have appeared. The heaven-tempering power of the demonic arts was unleashed, and Yu Sheng seemed to have turned into a true devil. Doom! A loud rumble was heard. Yu Sheng made no attempts to evade and stepped forward without any hesitation. He punched, his fist clad in endless demonic might, seemingly capable of shattering anything. Boom! Terrifying storm will was soon unleashed, and a terrifying tornado whipped up before Yu Sheng. The blade did not come down, and Huang Jiuge was nowhere to be seen. He retreated far away, standing in the cold storm. Yu Sheng's fist rumbled in the storm, shaking the air. The storm before him was completely destroyed. He sheathed his blade. The audience looked at Huang, thinking that he was terrifying. If Huang was to fight anyone else but Yu Sheng, the ever-prevalent icy spells were more than enough to restrain the movements of his opponents, even preventing his opponents from moving at all. That, coupled with his fearsome blade work, enabled him to easily kill his intended target. However, he did not bring his blade down in his previous attack. The icy storm continued raging on the battlefield. Huang Jiuge looked at Yu Sheng where he stood and then turned around to leave the scene. "I'm not here to put my life on the line fighting you." If Huang had gone all the way with his blade, both of them would have lost and suffered serious injuries. Huang was known to be a madman in the south, yet Yu Sheng proved to be even more crazed than he was. Huang returned to his spot. He came to the Holy Ji Palace with the intention of studying the ways of the sacred ground of barren state, refining and improving his powers in the process. He deemed himself to have done enough. Winning and losing never mattered much to him. He lost many fights, yet the ones he was able to defeat did not live to tell the tale. He saw life and death to be of utmost importance. He knew it at a very young age when he was left to die in the icy cold storms. He was a crazy one, yet he valued life above all else. Yu Sheng did not leave the battlefield. He scanned the other three. With the exception of Yi Futian, only Huang Jiuge, Bai Zhe, and Su Ke were left. That guy. Many looked at Yu Sheng. A silhouette was seen walking onto the battlefield. His expression was composed, and a tinge of fleeting arrogance was seen in his eyes as always. Yet, at the very moment he stepped into the battlefield, his aura had Yu Sheng trapped. Su Ke of the Tingxue house. It was natural that Yu Sheng would not challenge Yi Futian. Huang Jiuge and Bai Zhe thought too highly of themselves to make a move, and thus, he was left to clean things up. Yu Sheng was very powerful, yet he stood no chance in front of Su Quebec. Su Ke himself had absolutely no doubt about it. "This is the first time I meet a monster in human form like yourself. Not even the mighty ones among the demons proved to be your match. But my abilities naturally counter yours. As such, I'd advise you to just walk out of this one yourself." Su Ke then added, "Top 5 is good enough for you." No one in the audience thought Su Ke was being arrogant with his words. Yu Sheng's strength had long been recognized, but as Su Ke himself put it, in one such battlefield, Su Ke was probably the opponent that Yu Sheng should have avoided at all cost. One's planes and levels were inadequate to fully determine the outcome of one's battles. There were natural counters to certain abilities, by way of nothing other than the nature of a cultivator's profession. As such, to a certain extent, jack-of-all-trades type of cultivators had an edge over others. For example, Yi Futian, and his battles so far suggested that he had always been the one to counter the abilities of others. Yu Sheng did not say anything. The demonic might coursing through his body proved to be a better response than any words. Su Ke smiled. He saw no other way of going about things but to fight if his opponent deemed his advice unnecessary. He stepped out slowly. Streaks of sword will out to kill course throughout his body and grew in power. His movements gained speed rapidly until he looked like a beam of light, appearing right before Yu Sheng in an instant. Boom! Yu Sheng stomped on the ground and punched hard. The attack shattered Su Ke's body, which he quickly found to be just an afterimage. A killing intent lashed out at Yu Sheng's side with a flash, drawing a perfect arc in the air. The sword cut right on top of Yu Sheng's defense, tearing it open right there and then. The armor on Yu Sheng's arm was torn to shreds, and his clothes were quickly reduced to tatters. Both men flashed by each other and ended up standing with their backs facing each other. "Do you still feel like fighting?" Su Ke asked. Yi Futian frowned. Su Ke's specialty lied within his eerie speed, which, when coupled with his killing sword, served well as a natural counter to Yu Sheng's abilities. Yu Sheng's combat capacity was incredibly ferocious, but he was unable to do anything so long as Su Ke avoided clashing head-on with him. Anyone who was to fight Yu Sheng would probably have doubts, yet Su Ke had no such doubts. He trained in the art of the killing sword, and his blade was meant to do nothing but kill. An even more ferocious demonic might was soon unleashed, absorbing worldly spiritual chi and converting it into formidable demonic aura. The shadow of a devil appeared, melding with his physical body. Yu Sheng looked like a devil himself at the very moment. "You never learned," Su Ke spoke again, and a dazzling streak of his movements was seen as soon as he finished. Yu Sheng did not bother evading. He turned around and waited for his opponent's sword to reach him instead. That crazy bastard! Many in the audience looked stunned. Su Ke was more than just educated in spectral movements, his sword was known to be the sword of destruction. "You seem to have a death wish." Su Ke's face was cold. He lashed out with his sword, which cut right through Yu Sheng's armor and devilish physique, going for his heart without stopping. Yu Sheng extended his hand and grabbed hold of the sword. The sword cut his palm open, breaking through his dark golden layer of defense. Blood was soon seen on the wound, but Su Ke felt a looming danger at the very same time. An enormous palm like that of a devil soon lashed out, going straight for Su Ke's head. Su Ke retreated in a hurry and soon heard rumbling noises around him. A devil halberd after another fell from the sky, cutting off his escape. He swiped with his sword with a roar. A bright, dazzling flash was seen, as all of the halberds were snapped in the middle. Su Ke lashed out like he was a sword himself. Boom! Another palm lashed out. Su Ke extended his hand and pointed in the air. His sword aura penetrated its intended target, but the palm landed on his body all the same. Su Ke's body was sent flying with a loud boom, landing hard on the ground. He spewed blood, feeling all organs within ruptured. If he had not used his killing sword aura to fend off most of the force of the attack on his body, the attack would probably have destroyed all his internal organs, killing him right there and then. At the same time, countless devil halberds whooshed at Su Quebec. He quickly retreated behind, evading the incoming attacks like a specter. "You crazy bastard," Su Ke quipped coldly as he steadied himself. Blood was still dripping from Yu Sheng's hand. He felt a tinge of frustration as he stared at Su Quebec. He failed, and a chance like that was hard to come by a second time. "Sword!" Su Ke shouted in rage. Countless killing storms descended around him, turning into countless killing swords circling Su Ke's body before coalescing into one blade. Su Ke's silhouette disappeared in the very next moment. Terrifying killing storms engulfed Yu Sheng's body. Many saw shimmers of blades within, as well as ferocious attacks dealt by Yu Sheng. However, Yu Sheng avoided clashing with Yu Sheng altogether. Sword aura gradually whipped about with Yu Sheng at the center, and a killing storm was soon built up. The crisscrossing sword aura threatened to destroy the space. "Yu Sheng, that's enough." Yi Futian yelled, "He surrenders." Su Ke's silhouette appeared somewhere in the air. The endless killing storm was dispersed and Yu Sheng's body was seen clearly again. The armor on his body was severely damaged, yet his eyes remained shining with overbearing coldness as he set his eyes on Su Quebec. He lifted his head to look at Yi Futian, seemingly insistent on finishing what he started. "Step down," Yi Futian said gently. Only then did Yu Sheng nod and walk away. Su Ke looked at Yu Sheng's back. If his abilities were not capable of countering Yu Sheng's, it would be difficult to tell who would have emerged victorious in the fight. He saw Yu Sheng to be a madman, and he had no intention to continue fighting one such madman. He flashed and returned to his spot in urgent need of rest. Yu Sheng, however, looked like nothing ever happened to him. He returned to his place before saying to Yi Futian, "It's just you now." Yu Sheng had intended to clear Yi Futian's path for him, and he did not expect to stumble upon a wall at that stage. "It's all right," Yi Futian said, "go get some rest." "Right." Yu Sheng nodded. Many turned to look at Yu Sheng. While it was true that he lost, no one dared to say that Yu Sheng was weak. In actuality, had Su Ke's abilities not been natural counters to Yu Sheng's, Su Ke might have actually been the one to lose the battle. Furthermore, Yu Sheng was still just a grade 9 noble, and that meant he would grow into a terrifying being. Only 4 cultivators were left on the battlefield: Huang Jiuge, Bai Zhe, Su Ke, and Yi Futian. The first 3 were deemed the most powerful, and they indeed had been able to make it to the very end. It was, however, completely unexpected that Yi Futian, the dark horse, was able to make it this far as well. Should he just roll over and make way for the remaining three then? Chapter 575, The battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. All four remaining candidates were coincidentally in four different corners. Su Ke was resting, and both Huang Jioge and Bai Zhe did not bother making a move in a hurry. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to make a move. The battlefield turned silent all of a sudden. All four remaining candidates were coincidentally in four different corners. Su Ke was resting, and both Huang Jioge and Bai Zhe did not bother making a move in a hurry. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to make a move. Huang Jioge was in no hurry as he had already fought. Bai Zhe had yet to fight anyone. Is he trying to enter the final round like this? He wants his way all cleared before fighting someone. If Bai Zhe gets to stay arrogant like this, then what am I? Bai Zhe was also waiting, but he was not waiting for Huang Jioge, he was waiting for Yi Futian. He eyed Yi Futian with a sarcastic look. He wanted to see how long Yi Futian would take to challenge him. Will he avoid fighting me and choose to fight Huang Jioge or Su Ke instead? Bai Zhe was in no hurry. Having come this far, he needed only to win 1 or 2 fights to be ranked number 1 in this round. He had enough patience to wait until then. Yi Futian had, of course, been aware of Bai Zhe's gaze, that gaze filled with provocation and condescension, which seemed to ask Yi Futian, "What are you waiting for?" Those eyes were filled with extreme arrogance. As the second son of White Cloud City, a descendant of a figure ranked 4th on Barren Sky ranking, Bai Zhe was practically born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His background was formidable, his talents extraordinary, and everything seemed to be within his grasp so long as he bothered reaching for it. It was perhaps due to the fact that he had never suffered a loss of any kind, and there were few among his peers who were able to match his prowess in any way. As such, he was arrogant, and he knew nothing about the word respect. That was why he dared to invite Hua Jieyu right in front Futian. If it had not been for his second sister being around, Bai Zhe might have been even blunt with his use of words. Maybe Yi Futian was little more than a footnote in Bai Zhe's eyes, and it was only natural that Bai Zhe not care about Yi Futian's feelings. The more arrogant one was, the greater the fall. The battlefield was filled with an eerie silence. What is he waiting for? Many cast their gaze at Yi Futian. They never bothered looking at Bai Zhe or Huang Jioge, as if the one who should challenge someone was Yi Futian and no one else. No one knew what Yi Futian was waiting for. Yu Sheng remained on the battlefield. His eyes were calm. While no one had any idea what he was thinking about, it was obvious he was not worried. He wanted to clear the path for Yi Futian, leaving only Bai Zhe behind to fight his friend, yet Su Ke's prowess meant that he had no means of attacking. Even so, he remained firm in his belief his friend would still be able to accomplish what he failed to. Any idea what he is up to? In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Zhuge Canyang asked Zhuge Mingyue. Who do you mean by he? Zhuge Mingyue replied with a question. Yi Futian, of course, Zhuge Canyang answered. Isn't that obvious? Why Yi Futian instead of Bai Zhe or Huang Jioge? Zhuge Mingyue turned to Zhuge Canyang. Zhuge Canyang was dumbfounded for a brief moment, yet he knew what Zhuge Mingyue meant by that. Everyone had the opinion that Yi Futian should be the one to challenge someone and that it was only natural for him to do so. It was as if Yi Futian should make his move, picking an opponent that he was able to handle, lose, get eliminated, and then make way for the others. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the battlefield with a slight smirk on her face. Are you saying that the others are right to be pretentious, but not my little brother? Endless killing sword aura gathered before Su Quebec. He spun the aura with only one hand, his other hand tucked behind him. He looked incredibly dashing as he did so. A fearsome vortex appeared and a sword emerged, a killing sword imbued with the might of the terrifying storm. Go! Su Ke slapped out with his palm. Immense killing intent followed the sword's movements, cutting the air between them. The sword zipped about in the air, aiming for Yi Futian. Light of celestial bodies shone around Yi Futian. The heavens and the earth turned into a world of stars. Empowered by the holy will, the celestial bodies grew to look even more real and powerful. Yi Futian levitated in the midst of the celestial bodies, then became clad in the shadow of the rock, looking incredibly dazzling. Shoop! The sword hit its intended target, and the starry defenses crumbled in an instant. Endless sword aura flowed about and descended into the starry world. The seemingly invincible sword cleaved through its obstacles like a hot knife through butter, tearing everything in its path apart. Meteors exploded and crumbled as the sword went past, and nothing seemed to be able to stop the sword's advance. Coldness followed as the stars and meteors were no more. The sword turned into a killing beam headed for Yi Futian. Thunderous light emerged from under Yi Futian's feet, and with a flap of the rock's wings, he vanished from where he stood. Rumbling noises were heard, and the sword continued its course, disappearing from that space and heading for the edge of the battlefield. Mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace interfered and snuffed the sword out. The flowing sword will was blocked by the stars and the meteors, as well as the coldness, dissipating without a trace in the starry world. Su Ke did not continue attacking. He turned to look at Yi Futian. The starry world was a manifestation of Yi Futian's will, and it turned autonomous. It packed incredible defensive capacity, and no conventional attacks were able to cut through the starry world and get near Yi Futian. It was also impossible for immensely powerful killing moves to attack in large areas, as Yi Futian would have simply evaded such attacks. The only way to truly get to Yi Futian was to do it up close and personal. A sword appeared in Su Ke's hand, a construct materialized using killing sword will. Fearsome storms whipped about around the sword. It was a sword meant to break spells, a weapon capable of cutting through all spells and kill the one conjuring the spells. Su Ke's body vanished from where he stood. Grey mirages flickered around Yi Futian, and an incredibly terrifying killing sword will flowed in the air, making their way to Yi Futian. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation, and the flow of all auras in the air became crystal clear to him. Moonlight shone in the starry world, and spells of coldness covered the space they occupied, slowing down the flow of all spiritual chi around them. The meteor storm that circled around Yi Futian became encased in frost. The place seemed to have turned into a space responding to his will absolutely, preventing the sharp killing sword will from getting anywhere near him. A streak of mirages circled about him. A sword was seen cleaving the defenses of the starry world, and everything the anti-spell blade touched was soon turned to dust. To Su Ke, the place seemed to be entirely defenseless. Yi Futian extended his hand, coalescing the light of the stars into a staff. He danced about as if he was practicing with his staff techniques. Every move seemed naturally ordered, and the power of his techniques grew increasingly intense. His body was soon covered in some kind of terrifying might. What is he doing? Many-eyed Yi Futian. Su Ke was just within an arm's reach of Yi Futian, and he was able to launch a killing blow at Yi Futian at any moment. A fearsome killing sword will went straight for Yi Futian's mind, filling the inside of his head with millions of killing intent, tearing everything apart and aiming to destroy his will. At the very same moment, Futian sensed impending danger looming about. He knew that Su Ke was about to make his move. Yi Futian's body became tense, every fiber of his being rendered stiff. The endless killing aura filled every inch of his being, shocking him to the core of his being. However, Yi Futian continued to dance about with his staff as if nothing happened. Within his mind, he saw silhouettes circling around him trying to find a weak spot to exploit, yet he was able to see every move of that silhouette clearly. Shoop! A very thin sound was heard as the anti-spell sword lashed out. All spells around were completely broken by Su Quebec. The blade was lashed out at Yi Futian's rear, going straight for his neck. The sword fully intended to spill blood. Lightning flickered and wings flapped. Yi Futian moved forward, drawing a near-perfect arc in the air, before turning around to strike with his staff. Su Ke's sword was one able to break spells, yet the 9 heavenly attacks were not spells. An enormous shadow of his staff emerged within the starry world, cleaving through the heavens and going straight for Su Ke's blade. Su Ke looked troubled as he moved like flowing light, lashing out with his blade. He intended to evade the incoming attack, but the extreme will of cold and gravity severely limited his speed. Dazzling golden vines slithered about from his side to entangle him. Su Ke had no choice but to take the strike head-on. His sword was a killing sword and an anti-spell sword, silent but incredibly deadly. As such, the head-on damage potential of his blade was nowhere near formidable and definitely paled in comparison to Yan Zhou's heavenly sword meant for head-on clashes. However, Su Ke was also an incredibly decisive person. He knew he had nowhere to run to, and as such, he forced his sword aura into his blade. The sword in his hand burst with intense killing light as it clashed with the starry staff. A loud boom signified the crumbling of his sword, and the rush of terrifying power continued its course for Su Ke's body. He retreated by maneuvering the force of the clash at the very moment of impact, and his body continued flying backward. Seal, Yi Futian spat coldly. The stars and meteors circling sealed the space they occupied. His body turned into shimmering light like the rock glittering in the air. The broken staff was once again made whole, and Yi Futian struck at his opponent again. Su Ke struck with his palm, a sword embedded in it. The incoming constructs were quickly broken and his body continued to move forward. He had no intentions of staying any longer on the battlefield, and all he wanted at the moment was to be free from the starry world. However, Yi Futian's speed was no slower than his. The 9 heavenly attacks descended from above. Chapter 576. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, even those big figures were a bit shocked. They clearly didn't think Yi Futian could reach this step. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, even those big figures were a bit shocked. They clearly didn't think Yi Futian could reach this step. So many prides from all over the barren state had come for the Holy Road. The list of perfection wasn't exactly the best of the best in the barren state, because there were still people above the realm. But they were definitely the best of those in the lower noble plane. The 3 that were left had quite interesting planes. Huang Jioge had the highest cultivation with the grade 7 noble plane. Bai Zai was a grade 8 noble. Yi Futian was a grade 9 noble. Each one was in a different plane. Yi Futian was the lowest, but he'd fought the entire way to Huang Jioge and Bai Zai. This was definitely shocking. Many big figures were already wondering if they could get Yi Futian to be their own disciple. With his potential, he would definitely be in the barren sky ranking in the future. Elder Ning was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Yi Futian at this step made him realize that no one could stop Yi Futian from entering the Holy Ji Palace. As long as he was willing, any headmaster would accept him. In this case, it would be hard to take revenge for Ning Huang and kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had 2 abilities to travel the Holy Road, but Ning Huang had provoked him. The consequences were predictable. At this moment, Yi Futian walked to his spot and stood there quietly. Instead of continuing to challenge, he looked in Bai Zai's direction. None of the remaining 3 stepped out. Bai Zai smiled suddenly. Was Yi Futian copying him? But did he even qualify to do so? Raising his head, Bai Zai looked towards the steps and said, "Senior, since there are only 3 left, why don't we fight together?" Hearing his words, everyone was surprised and stared hard at him. How confident was he in his own abilities? If the 3 fought at the same time and one was stronger than the other 2, it would be 2 against 1. Judging by Bai Zai's arrogance, he must have thought that he was the strongest. Since he thought this and dared to say those words, did this mean that he wasn't intimidated by Yi Futian and Huang Jioge partnering up? Was Bai Zai confident in fighting the other 2 of the list of perfection? The elder on the stairs gazed at Huang Jioge and Yi Futian. "What do you 2 think?" he asked. "I have no objections." Huang Jioge's voice was calm. Since Bai Zai had suggested it, he would follow no matter what. "What about you?" The elder looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. "Sure." The 3 all agreed. "In that case, step onto the battle podium together. For the list of perfection, there are no rules. Fight as you please, the elder said calmly. This seemed to be setting them free. Bai Zai, Huang Jiuge, and Yi Futian all stepped forward at once. They walked towards different spots on the battleground. Countless eyes fell on them, feeling shaken. Many hearts even sped up. The list of perfection hadn't fought one-on-one. Instead, the three would fight together. How would the final battle be? Who would be the first to be eliminated? Who would be the first of this year's Holy Ji Palace battle? Formless wind blew past the battleground, fluttering their robes. Mu Jiqiu's indifferent eyes stared at the battleground and showed some rare emotions. She gazed at the most handsome one of the three and asked herself, is he able to defeat Bai Zai and Huang Jiuge? Qin Yin, Xia Wuji, and the others from Mount Jiuxian were all a bit nervous. They watched with bated breath. Gu Yunxi, Long Mu, and the others inhaled sharply. Yi Futian had once swept through Divine Sky City domineeringly. Would he be able to create a miracle at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace today? On the silent battlefield, Bai Zai looked so handsome. He looked at Yi Futian and suddenly chuckled. You think that you can show off your pride by copying Huang Jiuge and I and not challenging voluntarily? Bai Zai mocked. Pride needs abilities as a foundation. A clown like you can only make a fool out of yourself. You didn't fight in the top 10 battles. Why am I making a fool out of myself by standing here? Yi Futian asked Bai Zai. Because some people don't need to fight. They only need to stand there and people will recognize them. Yet others will only be seen as a challenger, even if he fought his way here, no matter if he voluntarily challenged or not. Bai Zai stared at Yi Futian. Do you understand? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. Then he nodded. You're right. Bai Zai's words were indeed correct. But there's something you don't understand yet, Yi Futian continued. Really? Bai Zai smiled thinly. You'll see soon, Yi Futian said. Bai Zai laughed. I'm excited, but first, you'll understand just how far apart we are. The moment he finished, his eyes turned dark gray. Horrible spiritual energy shot out from his gray eyes. The vast space was instantly filled with some terrible dark gray air current. Spiritual chi flowed in reverse and the world turned gray. Those eyes pierced into Yi Futian's mind. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to see Bai Zai standing right before him. In his mind, Bai Zai had turned into a giant. He reached out and his spiritual energy pressed down, about to squash Yi Futian. This was the eye of devastation. Countless eyes fell upon the battlefield. Sensing the chaotic space, they clearly understood that Bai Zai had already attacked. How could Yi Futian take Bai Zai's eye of devastation? However, a starry world had appeared in Yi Futian's world. The sun, moon, and stars hung high in the sky. An extremely divine force was guarding it. When the huge handprint descended, it released sacred light that blocked the invasive spiritual energy attack. Bai Zai's spiritual energy could even attack Shimin Yan directly, so he was obviously very strong. Yi Futian naturally had to protect his mind well. Your defense is actually this strong. It's a bit unexpected, but as long as you're within my territory, how can you fight back? Bai Zai asked coldly. Impossibly heavy might weigh down on Yi Futian. Afterward, a huge palm appeared in the sky. It grabbed at Yi Futian. The spiritual chi in the world roared. Yi Futian wanted to attack using a spell, but all the spiritual chi seemed to be restricted. It was hard to be gathered into a spell. Yi Futian had to use the power within his body. Not being able to resonate with the spiritual chi in the environment drastically reduced a sorcerer's powers. Trying to use a spell in my eye's territory. Are you dreaming? Bai Zai mocked. He may have been in the list of perfection, but he hadn't fought in any of the top 10 battles. He'd never showed his true abilities. No one had been enough to make him go full out. Thus, no one knew just how powerful Bai Zai was until now. Releasing the golden rock life spirit, Yi Futian flashed. He punched powerfully, activating the spiritual chi within him. A golden rock seemed to burst from his fist, landing on the huge handprint. Boom! The handprint shattered and Futian was driven back. He looked up in the sky. The more clearly he saw it, the more he could feel the pressure within this space. So powerful! Countless hearts quivered. Even though Futian had displayed shocking combat ability earlier, he probably would still lose against Bai Zhe. The second young lord of the White Cloud City had only released one power to make everyone feel despair. Huang Jiuge stood to the side. He didn't rush to attack. Instead, he just watched Bai Zhe and Futian's fight. A pure sorcerer would lose pathetically against Bai Zhe. Thud! Futian stepped out. His golden wings glimmered and he shot forward in the air, going straight for Bai Zhe. Even if he didn't use spells, his physical body was still extremely powerful. Want a close-distance fight? Bai Zhe looked at him mockingly. He waved a half and instantly gathered spiritual qi to cast a spell. Endless thunder chains flew towards Futian, blocking his incoming path. The golden rock cut a beautiful arc in the sky. The spiritual qi inside it lay on its wings. Futian flew forward like a divine bird. He shot through the spells, going straight for Bai Zhe. Humph! Bai Zhe huffed coldly. Dazzling gold light flashed before him, transforming into a huge golden image. It glistened before him. All metal elemental spiritual qi gathered wildly before him. The golden image dazzled, cutting the air apart. Boom! Futian's fist landed squarely on the image. It cracked but didn't shatter. It continued to shine blindingly. Spiritual qi fell down, mending the cracks. Bai Zhe of the White Cloud City didn't only have the eye of devastation. Bai Luli was known as the strongest genius of the Barren State. He was in the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking and was skilled in many abilities. Like his brother, Bai Zhe must have learned a lot too. Futian produced a golden staff. His rock-like body passed through the sky and horrible power gathered towards it. Once again, he shot towards the curtain of gold light like lightning. He brought down his golden staff. With a crisp sound, the gold light curtain broke. In front of Futian, endless spiritual qi dropped down around Bai Zhe at that moment. It felt like some law descended into the image floating before Bai Zhe. The long image was like an inscription. It devoured the spiritual qi in the world and gradually formed a special image. Shocking power emanated from it. Air inscription. Futian's heart trembled. He'd once used this power before, but he couldn't carve so many inscriptions like Bai Zhe and use it in battle. This required absolute control over the spiritual qi in the surroundings. Now do you know why I want your woman? Bai Zhe sent the message to Futian telepathically. A divine spiritual sorcerer could help greatly with his cultivation. The spiritual qi within the spell is actually being absorbed by his body. Many influential figures noticed what was happening and let out surprised yells, their expressions stunned. Futian's body was unbelievably hungry, greedily devouring all the spiritual qi it could. The world tree could support the lives of all living beings. As the spirit of all things, it was also the origin of all spells. Back then, Futian used the ability of the world tree to form his life spirit with the tree as a foundation and gradually developed the potential to use all elements. In the process, the world tree gained the ability to metamorphose to other elements. Futian had deciphered the wood elemental's spiritual will, it was all-encompassing and had strong life power. As long as the world tree was not destroyed, his spiritual qi would not fade away. At that moment, Futian raised his head and looked at Bai Zhe, lightning sparking in his eyes. There was no trace of him being struck by a spell at all, his expression extremely cold, killing intent buried deep inside his eyes. "Is this all you have?" Futian asked. At that moment, the air around him was filled with spiritual qi and wisps of an overbearing spiritual will was being released, as though divine light had descended upon the battlefield. In the air, a starry dimension formed with Futian at its core. The sun and moon hung high in the sky and the divine light illuminated the entire battlefield, causing the area to allow both the starry dimension and the ice-sorcery dimension to coexist. It couldn't suppress him. Bai Zai raised his head and looked at the starry dimension. His ice-sorcery was actually unable to suppress Yi Futian's spiritual will, and his spell did not crush Yi Futian as well. What a shock! Interesting. Bai Zai smiled. He had initially thought that it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out that Yi Futian was capable of retaliating. That made it all the more interesting. Bai Zai stretched out his arms and brilliant spell scrolls appeared in the air, a golden glow trickling into them, sending the spell scrolls flying towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian used his freedom meditation, allowing him to see everything that Bai Zai was doing clearly. Soon, the completed spell scrolls became circles, surrounding the area below Yi Futian. A piercing golden glow radiated and sparkling lights were emitted from the golden spell scrolls. The sparkling lights appeared to cut through the golden threads, creating a formless web, cutting through the air and tearing through everything. When the crowd saw the piercing light, even Hua Jieyu was worried for Yi Futian. The spell was definitely a lethal attacking spell that was able to cut through even air. Multiple spell scrolls activating at the same time created a destructive golden web that could tear through everything. Bang! Around Yi Futian, a meteorite barrier appeared in an instant. However, when the golden rays came into contact with it, they cut through the meteorites like tiny wires. The countless rays intersected and the meteorites were sliced to particles in an instant. They were cut into countless bits while the horrifying spell continued towards Yi Futian's body. If it came into contact with his flesh, it could probably tear him to shreds. In his life palace, the rustling sounds continued and an innumerable amount of spiritual qi circulated towards the world tree. Following that, they flowed towards Yi Futian's body. At that moment, the spiritual qi in the sky resonated with Yi Futian and all the spiritual qi in the area turned into a celestial force. A starry storm that had been compressed to its limit started to revolve around Yi Futian, a clear starry brilliance shining in it. His body turned into immortal celestial bodies. When the spell scroll's attacks landed, countless tiny wires sliced towards him, cutting through the immortal celestial bodies bit by bit. Soon, the defensive celestial bodies were riddled with cuts and the golden web pounced forward, tearing through the immortal celestial bodies, causing them to revert back to celestial force and dissipate. However, the horrifying golden glow also dimmed and it already had no destructive force when it landed on Yi Futian's body. He stopped it, the crowd thought as they looked at Yi Futian in astonishment. Yi Futian had actually stopped such a strong destructive attack. Bai Zai frowned. The spell he had cast was an extremely strong killer move of his, but even that was not enough to kill Yi Futian. It seemed that Yi Futian's strength was much higher than he had expected. Is this all you have? Yi Futian's gaze landed on Bai Zai and he asked coldly. As his voice landed, his palm grasped the air and celestial force flew towards Bai Zai, turning into countless meteorites and crashing down upon him, attempting to bury Bai Zai within. That was the starry spell, Star Burial. Nobody can use spells in your eye sorcery zone. Then, what is this? Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Bai Zai raised his head and looked at the approaching spell. In an instant, his pupils became exceedingly scary and a life spirit appeared behind him. It was a pair of eyes that was exceptionally demonic. The life spirit assimilated into Bai Zai's eyes and his pupils swept across the area, causing many meteorites to shatter and others to deviate from their course, missing him and crashing into the ground. None of the meteorites were able to threaten him. Even if Yi Futian was able to cast spells, it was wishful thinking that any spell could even hit him. Do you know why I didn't challenge you before this? Yi Futian looked towards Bai Zai and asked. Swishing sounds could be heard as golden vines engulfed the area. The vines appeared to be connected with his body and blocked out the sun's rays in an instant. Bai Zai's eye of devastation swept forward, attempting to interrupt the spell. However, the fatal vines appeared to have no end, continuing to sweep forward. Even if their course were changed by the eye of devastation, they continued to change directions and assault him. This time, the fatal entanglement was cast by Futian, making use of his life spirit, the world tree. It included spiritual chi of other elements within and converted them to metal and wood elemental spiritual chi. However haughty you were before, this is how lowly you will be after you have been defeated. As Futian finished speaking, the fatal vines rushed forward rapidly. Bai Zai's expression was extremely grim, and a giant spell scroll appeared behind him, a brilliant glow emitting from it. Bai Zai waved his arm and multiple spell scrolls were created in an instant, floating in front of his body. Immediately, they turned into a golden veil with countless runes circulating within it. The metal elemental spiritual chi in the air rushed into the veil, turning into an indestructible barrier. Bai Zai raised his head and looked at Futian. What a crazy fellow, wanting to humiliate him in the battlefield. The fatal entanglement turned into sharp blades and slashed towards the golden veil in the air. Surprisingly, it did not destroy it and only managed to cause tiny cracks in the veil. Behind the veil, Bai Zai waved both arms and created more spell scrolls, which were floating in the air. Through the veil, he fired them at Futian with acute killing intent. Futian similarly looked at Bai Zai. The both of them stared daggers at each other with ruthless expressions. At that moment, a brilliant glow appeared behind Futian and scrolls appeared, inscribed by spiritual energy. Materialization of spiritual energy. Bai Zai looked at Futian and immediately understood what he was doing. He was also a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer who excelled in spiritual energy. What was he trying to do by crafting scrolls with his spiritual energy? Could it be? When he thought of the possibility, Bai Zai's face turned pale. It was impossible. Is air inscribing that great? Futian asked slowly. As his voice landed, an enormous amount of spiritual energy rushed into his scrolls. At that moment, Futian utilized his spiritual energy to the limit and controlled the flow of spiritual chi. The scrolls floating in the air emitted a blinding purple glow, like they were being imbued into spell scrolls. This. The crowd saw this and was dumbfounded. Futian also knew the art of air inscribing. To a noble plane cultivator, it would not be hard to learn inscribing if they wanted to. However, to inscribe spell scrolls in the air while battling was insanely difficult. They had to have strong control over their spiritual energy and no inscribing, to begin with. For the White Cloud City's second young master Bai Zai, one of his life spirits was a spell scroll, coupled with his high attainment in spirit elemental control. Only then could he inscribe spell scrolls in the air. When did Futian learn how to do this, and why did he not use it in any of his previous battles? Chapter 578. The crowd did not know that although Futian had cultivated in inscribing, he had not actually practiced air inscribing. Previously, he had used his freedom meditation to observe Bai Zai's air inscribing and saw Bai Zai using his spiritual energy to create inscribing paper and guiding the spell into it. When he cast the spell, he could directly use his spiritual energy to control it and use it in battle. The crowd did not know that although Futian had cultivated in inscribing, he had not actually practiced air inscribing. Previously, he had used his freedom meditation to observe Bai Zai's air inscribing and saw Bai Zai using his spiritual energy to create inscribing paper and guiding the spell into it. When he cast the spell, he could directly use his spiritual energy to control it and use it in battle. Although air inscribing seemed easy, in reality, it required a delicate control over one's spiritual energy. Futian could only inscribe spells that he could cast in a short period of time. He had done that in previous battles as well, so he was confident that he could emulate Bai Zai's methods. Around Futian, the spiritual chi in the air accumulated and entered the spell scroll, causing a brilliant glow to emit from it. A dangerous might wafted from the spell scrolls as they were being created. The fatal entanglement continued to attack the golden protective veil and cracks appeared in the veil. Finally, the veil was shattered and the fatal entanglement rushed forward to attack Bai Zai. Bai Zai's body floated in the air, his expression extremely ruthless. He exerted the strength of the Eye of Devastation to its limit and hindered the movement of the vines. At the same time, the spell scrolls in his hand danced around him rapidly, turning into flames that covered the entire area and ignited the countless vines. fire directly countered wood. The vines burned in the flames, but they were not destroyed and continued to move forward in the fire. Be destroyed. Bai Zai waved his hand once again and his spell scrolls turned into a humongous golden web, acting as a wall in front of him that moved forward, slicing everything in its path. The fatal entanglement spell was continually crushed, but the web's strength was also diminished as well. At that moment, Yi Futian brandished his arm and countless spell scrolls flew towards the golden web. Purple thunderbolts appeared in the air and turned into serpents, flying towards the web. It was the spell punishment of the thunder god. The brilliant thunderbolts cut through the air and slid through the openings in the web, snarling towards Bai Zai's body. Around Bai Zai, a radiant protective veil appeared and the punishment of the thunder god crushed it as it landed on the veil, continuing towards his body. At that moment, Bai Zai's hair was dancing wildly and his eyes became exceptionally demonic. An illusion of a pair of giant demon eyes appeared behind him and the punishment of the thunder god either flashed by his side or was decimated, but none of the thunderbolts were able to reach his body. In the air, a phantom descended with rock wings, like a beam of light dashing towards him. A gleam appeared in Bai Zai's eyes. Was he going to try close-range combat after the spell war? The dazzling figure struck out at him with a rod, the 9 heavenly attacks might crushing down. Many people were dumbstruck that Yi Futian had actually made it close to Bai Zai. If the attack hit Bai Zai, what would the outcome be? An intense light burst forth and a spell scroll life spirit appeared behind Bai Zai. An innumerable amount of spiritual chi gathered around him and he pointed towards his life spirit with both hands. At that moment, his life spirit transformed into a giant spell scroll, its golden glow scattering down upon the land. A huge crush word appeared and attempted to squash Yi Futian. The rod and the falling crush collided and a piercing golden light flooded the skies. The ancient word was eradicated, but Yi Futian was also knocked back by the impact, only the spell scroll life spirit remained in its luminance. How strong, thought the audience as their hearts pounded. Was this what a fight between the elite contestants was like? They had all thought it would be the duel between Bai Zai and Huang Jiuge, but they had not expected the battle between Yi Futian and Bai Zai to be this intense as well. The two of them wielded strong abilities. Bai Zai was the second young lord of the White Cloud City, so everyone knew that he was strong, but they did not think that Yi Futian would be equally overbearing. The Eye of Devastation was unable to counter him and he knew air inscribing as well. On the martial arts side, his rod skills were able to tear through the air and force Bai Zai into using his twin life spirits to make Yi Futian retreat. At that moment, in the battlefield, Bai Zai stared coldly at Yi Futian. He had not expected that he would be forced to such a state by Yi Futian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City and he only respected one person apart from his elders, his brother Bai Luli. Apart from him, he had never treated anyone in the barren state as his equal. They all had to look up to him, he would become like his brother, a figure respected by everyone. Now, in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace, how could he be defeated? Especially to Yi Futian, whose cultivation level was even lower than him. Definitely not. Yi Futian floated in the air, his now golden eyes observing Bai Zai. If you looked carefully, you could see killing intent in them. He knew that this second young lord of the White Cloud City had never treated him as an opponent. Otherwise, why else would he express his admiration for Jiayu in public and ignore him? Moreover, in the battlefield, he transmitted a message and insulted Yi Futian. If it wasn't out of consideration for his image, he might have said it out directly. In the eyes of the presumptuous young city lord, Yi Futian was but a mere ant that he could humiliate, trample and even destroy. Since that was so, today would be a day he would remember forever. In his life palace, the rustling sounds continued as spiritual chi of all attributes appeared to be resonating with him. Yi Futian could feel that if he released his world tree life spirit, the spiritual chi in the air would all rush towards him. However, his did not do so, he had already revealed too much with his other life spirits, it was better to keep his natal spirit hidden. Even so, in the starry dimension, a myriad of spiritual chi continued to pound downwards. Star Pillar, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. As his voice landed, starry stone plates fell from the heavens, and with multiple crashes, the stone plates transformed into stone pillars, sealing off the entire area and Bai Zai's escape route. The people who saw this were all stunned. What was Yi Futian trying to do? By sealing off Bai Zai's escape route, he was also trapping himself within. Was he this confident that he could defeat Bai Zai? Bai Zai felt humiliated, and the giant spell scroll life spirit in front of him looked like a brilliant slate. He made mudras with his hands and his fingers pointed towards the spell scroll. In an instant, the spiritual chi within his body flowed rapidly towards the spell scroll, and countless purple thunderbolts turned into serpents and descended upon his life spirit. In that instant, there appeared to be countless bolts of thunder coiling around the spell scroll, making it look like a holy talisman with a horrific destructive aura emanating from it. Bai Zai's body was completely drowned in the thunder and appeared transparent. His surroundings had transformed into a thunderbolt dimension. The thunderbolt struck the starry pillars, causing cracks to appear in the pillars. One could imagine the might of the spell. Yi Futian naturally knew the power of the spell scroll. It could cast spells that were beyond one's ability. Moreover, Bai Zai had the spell scroll life spirit and could use it to craft spells directly, so he could definitely create an immense destructive spell. He could see that Bai Zai was preparing his final strike. In his life palace, the world tree devoured all the spiritual chi and turned into the shade of the stars. Yi Futian's life palace transformed into a real starry dimension, and its power flowed into Yi Futian's body. Immediately, Yi Futian's skin started to emit a brilliant starry glow, and spiritual chi of all elements started to move towards his body, turning into the light of the stars, circulating around his body. His body was like a star. If it was pushed to the limit, it would be inextinguishable. On top of that, a starry polearm appeared in Yi Futian's hands, and as his wings opened, he started to fly in the air. A horrifying might descended, and in the starry dimension, Yi Futian's speed started to increase, and it was almost impossible to catch a glimpse of his body. All that could be seen were after images. Purple thunder shot out from Bai Zai's demonic eyes, and his spiritual energy locked onto Yi Futian's body. Trying to avoid his strongest spell by raising his speed to the limit? Not so fast. It's too brilliant. As more cracks appeared on the starry pillars, the crowd could feel what was happening on the battlefield through the cracks, and they saw the divine bird, the rock, pushing its speed to the limit and darting through the air with a terrifying might surrounding its body, while destructive force appeared in front of Bai Zai, attempting to destroy everything. Huang Jiuge stood below the battlefield, watching the battle unfold. He was astounded as well. He had not thought that the battle between Bai Zai and Yi Futian would reach such an overwhelming extent. Fire burned in his eyes as he acknowledged both of them as worthy opponents. What a pity that the two of them were battling. He was in no position to interfere. Almighty Thunder Guide, kill, Bai Zai said cruelly. As his voice landed, a bolt of thunder struck Yi Futian, who was darting through the air. That bolt of thunder acted as a guide, and in the next moment, Yi Futian felt a truly destructive force as the countless thunderbolts on the spell scroll locked onto him and flew towards him like the roar of the thunder god. At that moment, Yi Futian did not dodge and rushed towards Bai Zai with no hesitation. His speed appeared to break through the limit and was becoming even faster, even to the point where it surpassed the lock-on by Bai Zai's spiritual energy. At that moment, Yi Futian darted within the thunderbolts, his extreme speed allowing his body to nullify the targeting. Many of the attacks missed his body and struck behind him, but there were still numerous thunderbolts that struck him directly. However, Yi Futian's defense was unyielding, but it continued to be torn apart as cracks appeared in the inextinguishable starry defense and the light of destruction appeared on his body. However, Yi Futian did not stop and instead dived past the thunderbolts. The inextinguishable starry defense was finally shattered and imposing thunderbolts struck Yi Futian's body, but he still appeared in front of Bai Zai as Bai Zai watched him get closer in horror. This isn't possible. Bai Zai saw the descending figure and roared, casting defensive spells on his body. Faster than lightning, a polearm swung down from the air towards him. Bang! With a dull sound, Bai Zai's defenses were crushed in just one strike and Bai Zai's body curled up, blood streaming from his mouth as he fell rapidly to the ground. At the same time, Yi Futian started to descend rapidly as well. Bang! Another dull sound, as Yi Futian's foot stepped down on Bai Zei's body, crushing him beneath his feet. Another stream of blood appeared around Bai Zei's mouth and he stared menacingly at Yi Futian. He had been trampled by Yi Futian and humiliated. Bam! The two of them landed and the sound of breaking bones could be heard as countless people held their breaths and watched the scene in amazement. Yi Futian had trampled Bai Zei and smashed him into the ground. Chapter 579, Bai Zei had been defeated. Bai Zei had been defeated. The second young master of the White Cloud City who had outstanding potential, exceedingly strong twin life spirits, and the eye of devastation that could counter all spells and attack others' spiritual will directly. He could inscribe spell scrolls in the air and excelled in spells of all elements. Even if he was slightly weaker in the martial arts, he was still confident that nobody could get near him. How strong would he be when he used spells of all elements to create spell scrolls? How scary was the eye of devastation? Everyone had thought that his opponent would be Huang Jiuge, but seeing Yi Futian step on Bai Zei's body now, the vast area became abnormally quiet. Even the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace looked at the scene awestruck. A furious roar sounded out as Bai Zei's eyes were red with anger and he stared menacingly at Yi Futian. He was the second young master of the White Cloud City. Since he had been born, he had been a genius. Just like Yi Futian had thought, he looked down upon Yi Futian, even if had some potential, even if he was very strong, Bai Zei had not treated him as a peer. That was why he expressed his affection for Hua Jieyu in public. There were not many people in the barren state that mattered to him. In the top 10 ranking battle, you have no victories. Now, do you understand why you could enter the top 3? Yi Futian looked at Bai Zei and said coldly, "That's because I bestowed it upon you. Otherwise, do you think you could have stayed until now?" Bai Zei's veins were popping as blood rushed to his eyes and he looked frightening. His position in the top 3 had been bestowed upon him by Yi Futian. What humiliation! However, everyone understood that it was the truth, because Yi Futian had been the victor in this battle. If Yi Futian had challenged him previously, he would have been eliminated a long time ago. Presumptuous, arrogant, haughty. Now, do you enjoy it? Yi Futian looked at Bai Zei and said cruelly. He wanted Bai Zei to engrave this battle into his memory and remember it forever. He wanted it to become his nightmare. He had intentionally let Bai Zei into the top 3. Seeing his arrogance, he wanted to make him learn some respect. Yi Futian transmitted a message to Bai Zei, saying, "From now on, when people see you, they will think about how you, the second young master of the White Cloud City, was trampled under my feet. You will never be able to erase today's humiliation." Saying that he wanted Yi Futian's woman to his face. The cheek of him. "Open your mouth and concede." Yi Futian's foot stomped down and he said mercilessly, his eyes full of disdain. When the arrogant Bai Zei conceded, it would be a memory that would last a lifetime. "You've already won, that's enough." At that moment, in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, an elder said. "Let's end it here." Bai Luli chipped in as well. It looked like Yi Futian was intentionally taking revenge on Bai Zei for his invitation to Hua Jieyu. This battle would be an unforgettable memory for Bai Zei. He knew that life had been too smooth for his younger brother for the past 20 years. He had never suffered any setback, causing him to become reckless and haughty. Today would be a harsh lesson for him. According to the rules, as long as he has not conceded, the battle cannot be considered over. Yi Futian did not let go of Bai Zei and continued stepping on his body. This caused many people to be bewildered. They did not understand why Yi Futian wanted to humiliate Bai Zei that much. If they had known what Bai Zei had transmitted to Yi Futian during the battle, they would not find it strange. If possible, Yi Futian even wanted to kill Bai Zei. However, with the White Cloud City Lord and Bai Luli's status, if he killed Bai Zei, he would definitely die as well. Even if the rules allowed it, those who set the rules could break them at any time. Die! A livid voice sounded out, and he saw Bai Zei holding a spell scroll in his hand, which he threw at Yi Futian. In an instant, a tremendous force appeared and Yi Futian immediately flew into the air and retreated like a flash of lightning. However, a colossal thunder god shadow appeared in the skies, striking out with his hammer. The giant hammer shadowed the entire area and smashed towards Yi Futian. Bang! Although Yi Futian was surrounded by a protective force, the hammer tore through his defenses. A huge starry polearm appeared in front of Yi Futian. It was the polearm of divine destruction, shielding his body. Even so, the polearm of divine destruction was knocked back and hit Yi Futian. The thunder's might ran through him, causing his body to fly into the air and spew out blood. The crowd's gaze froze. Bai Zai actually relied on external assistance. Many experts from the Holy Ji Palace also frowned. The elder on the sky stairwell berated him, saying, "Bai Zai, you've already been defeated. Step down." Bai Zai got up from the ground, his body stooping, and his aura weak. He was in agony and stared intently at the figure in the sky with killing intent. Zoom! A figure rushed down from the sky. It was Yi Futian who had transformed into a flash of lightning. Bai Zai waved his arm and numerous spell scrolls appeared in his hands. He sent them flying towards Yi Futian, who was in the air. In an instant, a destructive force flooded the area, threatening to eradicate everything. At the same time, Bai Zai was shielded by a dazzling golden veil to protect himself from Yi Futian's onslaught. While flying down, Yi Futian swung his polearm of divine destruction as starlight emanated from it. Huge amounts of starry force were imbued in the polearm of divine destruction as it cleaved downwards from the air. The polearm of divine destruction tore through the destructive force and landed on the veil surrounding Bai Zai's body. With a crack, the veil shattered and Bai Zai's body was sent flying again while he spewed blood. Many people looked speechlessly at the two of them. Had the fight gotten personal? Bai Zai appeared to have become frenzied and ignored the rules. Yi Futian was the same, he had used his ritual implement in the fight. Yi Futian, he's already severely injured. You can stop now, Bai Luli said. He looked at Bai Zai, evidently displeased. It looked like his younger brother was unable to withstand the humiliation and forgotten where he was. He hasn't conceded, it hasn't ended. Yi Futian continued to dash forward, raising the polearm of divine destruction, attempting to attack him. They've both gone insane, thought the crowd as they looked on dumbfounded. Had the two of them gone on a rampage? They saw Yi Futian swing his polearm down yet again. Bai Luli stood up and many of the Holy Ji Palace's influential figures frowned. That's enough, a loud roar sounded out and reverberated through the air. Yi Futian felt an imposing spiritual will rushing towards him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Following that, a terrifying flash of lightning descended from the skies, striking Yi Futian's surroundings. The vast battlefield turned into a thunderbolt dimension in an instant and Yi Futian was forced to stop moving and he raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace to look at Bai Luli. It ends now, Bai Luli said. Although Bai Zai was in the wrong, he was his younger brother after all. He would definitely have to cover for his actions. Get down now. Bai Luli's gaze moved towards Bai Zai, his voice full of indignation. Countless people raised their heads and looked at Bai Luli. His extremely handsome looks gave people an imposing feeling as he stood there, as though his words were a decree. The top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking was extremely imposing in his anger. Even Bai Zai, Bai Luli's younger brother, hung his head and walked out of the battlefield. Bai Zai was unable to stand still as he slouched, exiting the battlefield, evidently severely injured. Afterward, Bai Luli rescinded his aura and turned to the Holy Ji Palace's elders and said, "Luli has overstepped my boundaries, I hope that elders can forgive me." "It's no matter," the people from the Holy Ji Palace nodded lightly and replied. "It's nice to have a good elder brother, you can depend on your family to get you out of trouble," the voice sounded out with a soft smile. Many people turned around and their gazes landed in the same direction. The person who had spoken was Zhuge Mingyue. Mingyue, Bai Zai's actions in this battle were indeed dishonorable. "I will punish him when we get back," Bai Luli said to Zhuge Mingyue. "This is your family's matters, it has nothing to do with him." However, it's time for the second young master to learn how to be a decent human being after today's lesson, Zhuge Mingyue said nonchalantly. Bai Zai's expression turned extremely grim after hearing her words. She was evidently rubbing salt into his wounds. When the crowd saw his expression, Bai Zai understood that after this battle, he would no longer be seen as the high and mighty White Cloud City's second young master. The humiliation from today's battle would be engraved deep in his memory. Alright, let's move on to the final battle, the elder on the sky stairwell declared. Yi Futian's gaze swept emotionlessly across Bai Zai and he did not say anything else. He did not question the Holy Ji Palace. He was no longer the teen he was in Qingzhou City. He naturally would not put up a needless fight, there was no point. Keeping his polearm of divine destruction, his gaze turned towards Huang Jiuge. Now, before him, there was only Huang Jiuge left. It's the final battle. This was the thought on the crowd's minds as they all focused their attention on the battlefield. Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge walked to the highest platform. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace would start now. Nobody had imagined this scene. Even Mu Zhiqiu, Li Qingyi, and even Qin Yuan had not expected that Yi Futian could make it to the final battle. Yi Futian had shot to fame in his battle with Bai Zai. If he could still win this battle, his fame would be immortalized. As the chilly winds blew across the battlefield, the entire area fell silent. As the two of them stood in the air, starlight gathered around Yi Futian, shining brilliantly. On the other hand, Huang Jiuge was coated in a dazzling sovereign path and looked peerless, like a descendant of the Renhuang. As the sun, you should dominate your generation. In the crowd, Qin Yuan was muttering to himself, a faint smile on his face. He never expected that he could witness the appearance of such a person. Beside him, the Zhaixing House chief Mu Chuan no longer had a mocking expression when he heard those words. Instead, his expression was solemn and hot-blooded. The Starry School's disciples in the surroundings also shared in the glory. Yi Futian had fought his way into the final battle for the Holy Ji Palace's admissions with his unrivaled potential. Behind them, Li Qingyi had tears in her eyes. She came from the White Sovereign City and had never thought of entering the Holy Ji Palace. She only wanted to see the geniuses from the barren state, those who would be revered by the world. After a huge accident, she had come to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace and seen what she had wanted to. However, the person who had received the most attention was the teenager that had accompanied her all the way here. He was standing up there. Chapter 580, Yi Futian stared at Huang Jiuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Renhuang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Jiuge cultivated they were of superior quality. Yi Futian stared at Huang Jiuge with caution in his eyes. Since the sovereign family dared to call themselves the descendants of Renhuang, they were naturally an extraordinary clan. Just look at the techniques Huang Jiuge cultivated they were of superior quality. Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan had both been defeated by Huang Jiuge. The sun and moon starlight continued to shine and there were flame and frost wills oozing from the sun and moon, flying towards Huang Jiuge. The two forces engulfed him but Huang Jiuge did not move. He stood there quietly, releasing his martial arts will. A wave of sovereign spiritual qi enveloped his body, allowing the flame and frost to invade. He had 3 life spirits and was a rare mandate sorcerer. On top of that, he was gifted in spiritual energy control, but he did not cultivate mainly in spells, but the martial arts. The secret methods that had been passed down in the sovereign family were mostly in the martial arts. The crowd saw a brilliant ray of light as behind Huang Jiuge, his Renhuang Bao life spirit appeared. He was very clear of Yi Futian's battle style. He excelled in multiple abilities and among those, speed was one of Yi Futian's fortes. If Yi Futian combined speed with his spells, he would be in a very passive situation. That was why he had to destroy that notion for Yi Futian. When he put an arrow on the bow, Yi Futian could distinctly feel that he had already been locked on by an invisible spiritual will. The bow in Huang Jiuge's hands let out a blinding glow and the arrow emitted a sharp aura. As Huang Jiuge let go of the bowstring, a ray of light flew across the air, causing a trail to appear as a piercing explosion sounded. In the next moment, the arrow landed in front of Yi Futian with a killing aura and struck Yi Futian's undying constellation. With a crisp thud, cracks appeared in the constellation. Although it did not break through Yi Futian's defenses, the horrifying strength still stunned Yi Futian. Huang Jiuge pulled the bow open again, and this time, 9 arrows shot through the air at the same time, and many people were blinded momentarily by the arrows. The glaring light pierced through the air and flew towards Yi Futian yet again. Around Yi Futian, the starry storm continued to brew. When the arrows landed, the storm crumbled to dust and turned into a tremendous vortex. His golden rock wings spread open and Yi Futian retreated. As the thud sounds continued, more cracks appeared in the constellation and it eventually broke. The force in the arrows continued to fire towards him and Yi Futian slammed his fist forward vigorously. However, the golden palm was pierced by the arrows, but the arrows had been weakened to the point that they could not hurt him. What strong arrows, Yi Futian thought. He had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. If Huang Jiuge's opponent had been some other average cultivator at the same cultivation level as him, he would probably have already been defeated in the air the moment the Renhuang bow had been fired. At that moment, Huang Jiuge pulled his bow open once again. This time, 12 arrows filled with destructive force locked onto Yi Futian. Huang Jiuge's body was also like his bow and the air was rampaging as the 12 arrows flew like meteors towards the starry dimension where Yi Futian was. Around Yi Futian, a starry storm picked up and rustling sounds sounded from his body. His body resonated with the heavens and a huge amount of spiritual qi turned into a starry vortex. The arriving arrows pierced through the vortex, tearing it to shreds. The starry meteorites in front of Yi Futian were rapidly destroyed but were unable to prevent the arrows' offense. At that moment, Yi Futian moved like a divine bird, soaring across the air, weaving through the arrow rain and approaching Huang Jiuge. Although he specialized in spells, if the battle continued the same way, he would be the one being trapped. The speed of the arrows was too fast. It was as though they could warp across the distance between them. Yi Futian waved his arm and spell scrolls appeared in the air. A numerous amount of spiritual qi gathered and spiritual qi flowed rapidly from within his body into the spell scrolls, causing an alarming aura to seep from the spell scrolls, thunder firing from them. The punishment of the Thunder God. Yi Futian waved his arm forward and the numerous spell scrolls flew towards Huang Jiuge. In an instant, the skies filled with purple lightning, attempting to drown out the entire area, all flying towards Huang Jiuge. The Renhuang Bao life spirit vanished, replaced by the Renhuang body. Immediately, Huang Jiuge's aura became extremely scary, as though the Renhuang had descended into the world. An astonishing martial arts will erupted from his body, causing an illusion to appear in the skies. The sovereign spiritual qi turned into an army with majestic figures on battle chariots, rushing towards Yi Futian. The area had turned into an actual battlefield. Animation of martial arts will, this is the martial arts truth. What an overbearing technique, thought the crowd as they stared at the scene in front of Huang Jiuge, overwhelmed by it. The majestic figures held spears in their hand as they broke through everything, unfazed by death as they split the thunderbolts apart. Although they were continuously destroyed, they managed to block the wave of thunderbolts. Yi Futian continued to shine with the spiritual qi's glow and the rustling sounds continued in his life palace, the world tree shaking endlessly and the spiritual qi circulating rapidly. Around Yi Futian's body, countless golden vines appeared, covering the skies, then they flew like blades, tearing through the air towards Huang Jiuge, who was standing below. The Renhuang's sword descended and Huang Jiuge held his life spirit, the Renhuang's sword in his hands. The Renhuang body released a sovereign aura and Huang Jiuge's body appeared to become extremely majestic. The Renhuang's sword in his hand struck out and flew in a straight arc into the air, causing a terrifying storm to appear, cutting all the vines to pieces. Huang Jiuge stepped forward, moving together with the Renhuang's sword. The sovereign aura circulated around his body, as though the Renhuang had descended into the world. He looked into the air and swung the Renhuang's sword yet again. Immediately, the giant sword tore through everything and aimed towards Yi Futian in its brilliance. Seeing Huang Jioge approaching, the giant rock wings flapped and Yi Futian flew towards the clouds. The crowd raised their heads and saw Yi Futian flying in a graceful arc. He stretched out his arm in the air and spiritual chi started to flock around him, a starry polearm forming in his hand. Following that, the divine rock dived downwards. In the starry dimension, an immense force crushed downwards and landed on the Renhuang sword and Huang Jioge. A horrifying rod shadow appeared in the air and with a huge crash, the Renhuang sword was knocked backward and Huang Jioge grabbed it with both hands, but his body continued to fall backward uncontrollably. What a strong attack! Huang Jioge's expression was sharp. Yi Futian's attack was extremely similar to Yuan Zhan's and appeared to be the same rod technique. The technique was more compatible with Yuan Zhan, but had stronger force when used by Yi Futian. Evidently, Yi Futian had a greater understanding of the technique. Raising his head, the winds billowed in the skies and the figure descended once again. Without much time to think, an even stronger aura burst forth from Huang Jioge, the Renhuang sword howling as it pointed into the air. The martial arts illusion appeared yet again. Figures on battle chariots in an ancient battlefield gave people the feeling that the person wielding the Renhuang sword had a huge army at his disposal, attacking where the sword pointed at. A terrifying aura swept the air and clashed with Yi Futian's 9 heavenly attacks. An even scarier crash sounded out and it was like an explosion in the air. The battle chariots were smashed and the lances were broken. The Renhuang sword was jolted back yet again while Yi Futian flew up into the air again, preparing his next attack. How strong! The entire battlefield was shaking and countless people thought that as they watched the two of them battle. Was this a clash between the strongest martial arts techniques? In the skies, Yi Futian wielded his polearm and countless spiritual chi gathered around his body, empowering his technique. Seeing the scene, Huang Jioge frowned and took out his Renhuang bow again. 12 arrows fired into the air, trying to stop Yi Futian from gathering more power. He could naturally feel that Yi Futian was getting stronger as the fight progressed by his increasing aura. The starry storm spell surrounding his body, Yi Futian's body dived down from the skies. When the starry storm was torn apart by the arrows, the polearm shadows around him swept the arrows away. The third strike of the 9 heavenly attacks struck out and after this strike, even Huang Jioge was knocked to the ground. As he landed on the battlefield, the ground trembled. Yi Futian continued with his fourth strike and the polearm shadow descended from the heavens directly onto the figure on the ground. When Huang Jioge saw the oncoming attack, he pierced his Renhuang's sword into the ground and a frantic wave swept past. Behind him, his Renhuang body appeared to be transforming and assimilated into his body. A destructive storm rushed forward and countless imposing figures appeared around him, raising their heads towards the air. The surrounding area had a terrifying veil, like a summoning circle. When the polearm shadow landed on the veil, it shattered the veil, causing the imposing figures and battle chariots to all explode into dust and fade away. However, the strike had been blocked and Yi Futian felt a sense of danger, like there was a divine strength being awakened. Being able to force me to this point, Yi Futian, you are really strong, Huang Jioge said. On his body, countless rays of light circulated around him, as though the sovereign spiritual chi was flowing towards the Renhuang body and Renhuang sword. The sword howled in the ground and the Renhuang body was growing. Next, an unparalleled figure appeared as though it had been summoned by the Renhuang. The Renhuang sword similarly grew in size and the summoned figure grabbed the Renhuang sword with both hands and an alarming storm formed, threatening to tear everything apart. Yi Futian did not hesitate and struck out with the fifth strike of the 9 heavenly attacks. With the force that could split the heavens, the strike landed and polearm shadows covered the entire battlefield. However, at that moment, the summoned Renhuang body figure pulled the sword from the ground and swung it into the air. A formidable beam appeared and the polearm shadows vanished. The overbearing power split even the air and Yi Futian's body was sent flying, his body shivering. Huang Jioge stood below, raising his head and bathing in the Renhuang's glow. He appeared to have merged with the Renhuang body figure and held the Renhuang sword, as though the Renhuang had reincarnated, giving others a sacred feeling. Many people saw the illusion and some even believed that the sovereign family was really the descendants of the Renhuang. You can give up now. Huang Jiuge raised his head and looked into the air. As a grade 9 noble, for Yi Futian to be able to battle with him to this extent was something to be proud of. However, as the descendant of the sovereign family, he had to obtain first in this time's Holy Ji Palace admission to prove himself to the world. This was also the first time he had made an appearance in the barren state. He would create a legacy for the sovereign family from today onwards. Many people compare you with Bai Zhe, but he's not even worthy to battle with you. In the air, Yi Futian replied. At the edge of the battlefield, Bai Zhe looked extremely grim, but the crowd agreed with Yi Futian's words. Yi Futian had battled with the two of them, so he was naturally the most qualified to give his opinion. Moreover, Huang Jiuge's strength was indeed ridiculously strong, especially the Huang Jiuge now, who was literally invincible. If it had turned out as they expected and Huang Jiuge battled with Bai Zhe would most definitely be crushed. However, Yi Futian's existence allowed them to witness Huang Jiuge's true strength and bear witness to a worthy final battle. Even if Yi Futian were to be defeated, he could still be proud of it. Huang Jiuge looked into the air, but saw that at that moment, Yi Futian had closed his eyes and a fearsome aura was roaring around his body. In the starry dimension, an innumerable of starlight gathered around him and formed a giant starry polearm in front of him, causing many people to be astonished. Yi Futian was going to continue battling. At that moment, the crowd saw countless meteorites flying down from Yi Futian's starry dimension onto Huang Jiuge, but they were sliced apart before they reached Huang Jiuge. However, the meteorites appeared to be never-ending. At that moment, Huang Jiuge felt a faint pressure, as though all the meteorites in the air were weighing down on him. It was extremely heavy. At that moment, Yi Futian recalled the Elder Snow Ape's 9 heavenly strikes. The 9 heavenly strikes will resonated with one's cultivation level. The 6th strike resonated with the sage's will. The divine light surrounding his body flowed as the starry force merged into one. A shocking roar sounded out and the crowd saw a divine ape shadow appear on Yi Futian, its hands gripping a colossal starry polearm. The divine ape leaped down from the heavens with the force of the previous 5 strikes and the force of the starry dimension and struck out with its polearm. The strike was basic and simple with no tricks. However, Huang Jiuge felt threatened by it. The huge Renhuang figure held the sword in both hands, swinging it towards the skies. At that moment, a scary sight appeared in the air. The huge divine ape was fighting against the Renhuang, the starry polearm and the Renhuang's sword clashed in the air. In the next moment, an invisible light veil swept across the area and turned into a frightening storm. Even the crowd standing outside the battlefield were shivering wildly, but their attention was focused on trying to see what was happening on the battlefield. When the cataclysmic storm had faded away, Yi Futian was still standing in the air and Huang Jiuge was still standing on the ground, as though the two of them had never moved. The wind had a stinging sensation to it. Pish. As a soft voice sounded out, Huang Jiuge spewed out blood as his knees trembled like he did not have the strength to continue standing. However, he kept his body straight and did not collapse. "It's your victory," Huang Jiuge said dejectedly. The last strike of the polearm was as though the heavens had given all its strength to it, crushing everything in its way. "It was luck," Yi Futian replied. He was indeed lucky, only he himself knew how much strength he had used to win the battle. It was too difficult. If it had not been for the 6th strike of the 9 heavenly strikes, the one who had been defeated would still be him. The simple conversation by the two of them made the countless onlookers freeze and the area fell silent. The final battle for the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian, first. Chapter 581, The Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places and now, they were all gathered here. The Holy Ji Palace chose disciples once every 3 years. It was a huge event in the barren state. So many prides came from the 9 holy roads. They were all talents famous in their own places and now, they were all gathered here. After the rounds of eliminations, the final powerful group lasted until the end. And in the end, Yi Futian of the Dawn Road was number 1. Until now, many people were still unclear about Yi Futian's background. Some said he was from the Eastern Baron territory. He'd defeated all the famous figures from the Baron state. He'd humiliated Bai Zhe and shockingly defeated Huang Jioge with one staff. From now on, everyone in the Baron state would know Yi Futian's name. Hua Jieyu's pretty eyes gazed at the figure on the battlefield. She thought back to when she was 15 years old. During the fall quarter examination of the Qingzhou Academy, the youth had shown his brilliance for the first time and received first place in the written examination. At that time, he'd been young and frivolous. He was as pure as a flawless jade and filled with endless fantasies about the future. Now, they were adults and had experienced the hardships of life. What never changed was that no matter where they went, he was still the brightest star. Bai Zhe, Yan Jiu, Bing Yi and Chu Shang of the mortal world, Nan Hao and Nan Feng of the Nantian house, and many other figures all had complicated feelings. Who would have thought that Yi Futian would reach the highest spot in the end? Gu Yinxi's smile was brilliant. She hadn't improved much through this trip, but she was very satisfied. These experiences would probably be unforgettable for life. However, it was a pity that she probably wouldn't be able to hear Yi Futian play his guqin in the future. He probably wouldn't return to the Celestial Pavilion anymore. Do you see it, old man? Chen Yuan asked Mu Chuan. When did I ever lie to you? Mu Chuan didn't refute it. Instead, he said, you're really willing to give someone like this to the Holy Ji Palace? The rock will always soar in the 9 heavens. Are you looking out for me? Chen Yuan asked. No matter what, he's the one I chose. He's the son of the Starry School. As the saying went, if a tree stood out from the forest, the wind would destroy it. Being too extraordinary attracted the wrong type of attention, like the blazing sun school against Yi Futian. In the Baron state, the Holy Ji Palace was the best place for Yi Futian to cultivate. It was filled with talents who were all the best cultivators from around the Baron state. Here, Yi Futian would compete with the top figures. It would be like a battle between pavilions. The disciples who'd entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 or 6 years ago would all become the motivation for Yi Futian to improve. It was rumored that the competition between the disciples was very intense. Next, it was time for the big figures to choose their disciples. Countless eyes looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Who would become the teachers of the top 10 talents? Phoenix, Zhuge Xing, Hua Jieyu, if you wish, you can cultivate under me, Sage Daozong invited. Earlier, Phoenix had said that he wished to cultivate under him. Sage Daozong was well learned and was the chief of the Daozong Pavilion. Many people were willing to enter it. Su Ke, if you wish, you can cultivate under me. The sword demon invited Su Ke because the youth had said he wanted to learn swordsmanship with him. Su Ke, Huang, you can enter the Tianqing Pavilion, another strong cultivator said. It was Sage Tianqing, chief of the Tianqing Pavilion, one of the top 6 pavilions. It was in charge of the laws of the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, Hua Jieyu, if you wish, you can cultivate in the Holy Sage Pavilion, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion said at that time. This wasn't an invitation straight from the pavilion's second chief, but the elder's words represented the pavilion. The Holy Sage Pavilion had invited Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, and Hua Jieyu instead of Yi Futian, who had defeated the first 2 and was the winner of the battle. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top pavilion of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Jioge wasn't invited, because he'd already said that he wouldn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Xiao Junyi wasn't invited, because he was a disciple of the Dark Sage. The Dark Sage had a bad reputation in the Baron state, so the Holy Ji Palace obviously wouldn't accept Xiao Junyi, who cultivated with dark power. But what about Yi Futian? Yu Sheng and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited either. Many people were confused. Some even started whispering amongst themselves. This was the Holy Sage Pavilion. They couldn't help but start thinking about the invitations. Was it because of Yi Futian and Bai Zhe's battle? That battle had shown that Yi Futian and Bai Zhe probably couldn't coexist. Then the Holy Sage Pavilion probably chose Bai Zhe over Yi Futian because of Bai Luli. As for why they also invited Zhuge Xing and Hua Jieyu, everyone knew that it probably wasn't aimed at Yi Futian. It was because Zhuge Qingfeng, patriarch of the Zhuge family, was also a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Zhuge Xing and Hua Jieyu were from the Zhuge family, so it was logical to invite them. Even the other pavilions were surprised. They obviously wanted Yi Futian but didn't invite him because the winner always went to the Holy Sage Pavilion. This was an unsaid rule. They wouldn't go fight for him. But the Holy Sage Pavilion didn't want him. Yi Futian also felt this odd atmosphere. The Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. They both had conflicts with him. Now, other than Huang Jioge and Xiao Junyi, only he, Yu Sheng, and Yuan Zhan hadn't been invited. They'd come together. There are still some left. Why are you all being so generous? That strong cultivator from the Holy Sage Pavilion said. The others realized he wanted them to choose. Clearly, the Holy Sage Pavilion wouldn't choose Yi Futian's group. It wasn't that he didn't approve of them. It was just that he'd chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing. The others could take Yi Futian. If you're all willing, you can cultivate in the Daozang Pavilion, Sage Daozang said, smiling. He obviously wouldn't be generous. The pavilion was willing to accept anyone in the top 10, but he could only choose some for the balance. The same for the Tianqing Pavilion, the chief said. Since the Holy Sage Pavilion let them have the 3, he wouldn't let go of the chance. Elder Ning made a face. He was an elder of the Tianqing Pavilion. The Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, the King Kong sage said. Everyone's eyes flashed and turned towards him. Other than the Holy Sage Pavilion, only the Battle Sage Pavilion had 2 members of the Baron Sky ranking. If the Battle Sage Pavilion wants them, why can't you fight for it? Sage Daozang said, smiling. Is the King Kong sage interested in taking a disciple personally? Not me, the King Kong sage said. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, if you're willing, you can cultivate under the chief. Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi can also join the Battle Sage Pavilion. The Sage Dozhan is accepting disciples? Sage Daozang's eyes flashed. Sage Dozhan had been cultivating in isolation for many years. No one knew what level he was at now. He hadn't accepted disciples in a long while either. He must really like Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yes, the King Kong sage said. Countless people looked towards the Holy Ji Palace, their hearts trembling. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's group really did suit the Sage Dozhan. Their explosive powers were domineering while the Sage Dozhan was the best in martial arts in the Baron State. He was 7th on the Baron Sky ranking. There were only 6 super figures before him. Huang Jioge looked up in the air, surprise flashing past his eyes. He remembered his father had once said that the Sage Dozhan was the one person on the Baron Sky ranking that he didn't want to fight with. This was someone who could fight to the death. He was terrifying. His father was 5th on the Baron Sky ranking. It was imaginable how terrifying the Sage Dozhan was. Yi Futian looked towards Zhuge Mingyue. Then he heard her voice in his mind, choose the Battle Sage Pavilion. Earlier, she told Yi Futian to be prepared for not entering the Holy Sage Pavilion. She hadn't considered the Battle Sage Pavilion at that time, but since they were willing to accept Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, they were the obvious choice. The chief of the Holy Ji Palace didn't care about outside matters, so the second chief was the most powerful. After that, the most powerful was the Sage Dozhan. He was also the most suitable for Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. The second chief probably didn't have the time to teach younger disciples. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He was also clear that this was the best choice for him now. Gazing at the King Kong sage, he said, "Senior, we have a master." "No problem," a deep voice said from the distance. "Inherit my legacy but keep your master in your heart." It's the Sage Dozhan. Everyone turned serious. This was someone in the top 10 of the Baron Sky ranking. "Senior, can I cultivate in the Battle Sage Pavilion too?" a bright voice said at that time. Many people looked to the side of the battlefield. A beautiful figure stood there, looking towards the Holy Ji Palace. It was Hua Jieyu. The battle sage pavilion doesn't suit you, Sage Dozhan said. Do not waste yourself. Jieyu, the senior is right, Yi Futian said. The battle sage pavilion was probably a place for battles. That was why they wanted him and Yu Sheng. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian, seemingly unwilling. Alright, start to choose, the elder on the steps said. I'm willing to enter the Daozang pavilion, Phoenix said, bowing to Sage Daozang. I'm willing to enter the Tianqing pavilion. Huang made his choice. I'm willing to enter the sword pavilion. Su Ke naturally chose the sword demon. I'm willing to enter the holy sage pavilion. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing chose the holy sage pavilion. I'm willing to enter the Daozang pavilion, Hua Jieyu said. Many people were shocked. The holy sage pavilion had also invited her, but she chose the Daozang pavilion instead. Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing glanced at her, but Sage Daozang smiled. Yi Futian glanced at Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi. They communicated telepathically. Then he said, we are willing to join the battle sage pavilion. Everyone chose where they wanted to cultivate. The triennial enrollment of Holy Ji Palace disciples was officially over. The 1,000 holy islands had chosen hundreds of disciples. However, other than the Wanxiang Pavilion, the 5 pavilions of the core island had chosen less than 100 people. Those who entered the main pavilions were even fewer. Yi Futian's group had benefited the most. Under everyone's eyes, they'd become more gods with one battle. Everyone knew them and now, they'd also become disciples of the Sage Dozhan, 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. They'd truly shot to the top. Nan Feng, Bing Yi, Yan Jiu and the others who'd had conflicts with Yi Futian felt troubled. Yi Futian's status was above them now. Chapter 582, In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, everyone looked at the crowd below and many smiled. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, everyone looked at the crowd below and many smiled. Catch! At that time, there were various sounds. Many big figures reached out, throwing numerous badges downward. A badge appeared before everyone who would cultivate in the 6 pavilions of the Holy Ji Palace. It was naturally the same for Yi Futian. The badge that hovered before him had the word battle carved on it. They put a shred of spiritual energy into it and then put it away. This represented their status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. You have 3 months to take care of the matters in the outside world and then enter the pavilion. Of course, you can enter now. As for the future, you will listen to your elders, the elder on the steps said. The audition for new disciples will end now. Many friends are from all over the barren state. You can return now, the man continued. The big figures of the Holy Ji Palace rose. They either walked towards the pavilion or started chatting amongst each other. It's over, everyone in the vast crowd thought. It would be another 3 years before the next great event. In the direction of the pavilion, Bai Luli stood up. He gazed at everyone present. Instead of going to his brother Bai Zhe, he turned and left with the elders of the Holy Sage Pavilion. Bai Luli was young, but only the big figures of the Holy Ji Palace knew about his status. Finally, it's over. Yi Futian looked at the King Kong sage who'd turned to leave and smiled. During this journey, he'd entered the Noble Plane, comprehended various martial arts in tents, and entered the Battle Sage Pavilion. This was perfect for him. From now on, he had a place in the barren state. He wouldn't be pretending to be dead and escaping for his life like before. He wondered what those from the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School would think now. Many people gathered. Hua Jieyu walked to his side. She grabbed his hand and their eyes met, smiling. Hua Jieyu had chosen the Daozang Pavilion and they wouldn't cultivate together, but they were still both in the Holy Ji Palace. They could meet often. They wouldn't be separated for years like before. Remember what you promised me. Yi Futian fluttered his lashes. He still had it in his mind. Hua Jieyu stomped on his foot. Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yi Shaoshi, and Yuan Zhan walked over too. Yi Wuchen would enter the sword pavilion to cultivate with the sword demon. The others would join the battle sage pavilion. However, Lulan Shui and the Black Wind Eagle didn't enter the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian didn't know if they could stay by his side. Zhuge Mingyue walked over and smiled. You two can finally fly together, she said to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Senior sister, Hua Jieyu said, a bit shy. Yi Futian also called out, senior sister. His eyes were emotional. His second senior sister always thought for him. When could she truly be with third senior brother? They faced much more pressure than Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. After all, they'd been dating for a long time and were close to the parents. What are you doing? Trying to get emotional? Zhuge Mingyue's smile was bright. I helped you take care of Jieyu for more than 2 years. Now, she's yours. Yes. Yi Fuxia nodded forcefully. Then he asked, oh right, senior sister, if I cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace, can Lulan Shui and Little Eagle come too? He'd heard that even those from the 1,000 Holy Islands couldn't enter the core island easily. Those who cultivate under a pavilion's chief can bring their family. You can too, Zhuge Mingyue said. The inheritor chosen personally by the pavilion chief natural had a different status. Understood. Yi Futian nodded. Zhuge Mingyue grinned at him. Then she reached out to pet Yi Futian's head. It's so great to see you all grow up bit by bit, she said, smiling. It probably won't be long before you really can take care of me. I'll be able to relax then. It won't be that long. Yi Futian smiled. Junior, you must cultivate well. Beitang Xinger's eyes shone with anticipation. She knew that even though second senior sister always took care of Jieyu and the Yi Futian, she actually had high expectations for Yi Futian. One day, he would be able to soar in the heavens and create the cottage in their hearts. Shaoshi, the junior has surpassed you. Just keep eating and get fatter, Zhuge Mingyue said, looking at Yi Shaoshi. Yi Shaoshi was frustrated. He lowered his head and sighed. He couldn't refute it and he was ashamed. Remember to take care of the junior, Zhuge Mingyue reminded. I know, senior sister, the fatty said dejectedly. I'm going now, Zhuge Mingyue said. Where are you going? Yi Futian asked. Going to my family, of course. Come visit when you're free. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and left. Beitang Xinger followed, but she turned around to wave goodbye at Yi Futian's group. Zhuge Mingyue walked over to Zhuge Kanyang's side and whispered, let's go. Zhuge Kanyang glanced at Yi Futian before leaving the family members away. Zhuge Xing also left. Your senior sister seems to treat you very well, Chen Yuan whispered, walking over. Of course. Second senior sister is the best senior sister in the world. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue's back with a bright smile. His senior sisters and brothers were his closest family in the world. What's your plan? Chen Yuan asked. Will you enter the Holy Ji Palace right away? I promised Yuan Zhan that I'll visit Mount Taiheng with him and visit the seniors of the Ape clan, Yi Futian said. That works too. Mount Taiheng is on the way to the Divine Sky City. I can take you there. Chen Yuan nodded. He wondered if the story behind Yi Futian and Mount Taiheng had something to do with the staff technique. Would you like to visit Divine Sky City? That long girl probably misses you, Chen Yuan said, smiling. He'd like to see the expressions of Yang Ding and Gong Kuei. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. I miss Linger too. Don't misunderstand. She's my sister, Yi Futian explained after seeing Hua Jieyu look over. Ah, sister. Hua Jieyu nodded and smiled. What kind of expression is that? Yi Futian felt awkward. Futian, I want to visit the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Wuchen suddenly said. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He obviously knew why Yi Wuchen said that. The Lu kingdom of the Eastern Barren Territory had had huge changes, so Lu Chenyu was still there. After losing her parents, she only had her brother, Lu Feiyang. Back then, they'd snuck away. It had been more than 2 years. Wu Chen definitely missed her. Now that Yi Futian and Jieyu were together again, they'd settled down. Wu Chen naturally would think of Chenyu. Okay. Jieyu and I miss our master and masteress too. And big brother. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Chief, can you help me with something? I understand. Chen Yuan nodded. Yi Futian's group would be slow when traveling to the Eastern Barren Territory, but if a sage was with them, they would become much faster. Yi Futian looked around to his friends. Mu Jiqiu, Qin Yin, Li Qingyi, and Xia Wuji were standing there, looking at him. What, we're strangers now? Yi Futian asked. Are you all preparing to leave? I'm going to the island, Mu Jiqiu whispered. Jiqiu, what are you talking to that guy for? Mu Chuan yelled. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Was this old guy still pretending to be strong? I'm leaving. In the future, I'll cultivate in the core island too, Mu Jiqiu said to Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian smiled. I believe you. We prepare to go back too, Qin Yin said. She hadn't been chosen. Yi Futian nodded. Qingyi, if you don't wish to go back, you can cultivate in the Starry School in the Divine Sky City. Li Sun had died in his hands. White Sovereign City wouldn't dare to take revenge on him, but it would be hard for Li Qingyi. No need. Li Qingyi shook her head. The city lord was her father and her mother was still there. How could she not return? Qin Yin, can you let Qingyi cultivate in Mount Jiuxian? You can go back with her, Yi Futian asked Qin Yin. I would do it even if you don't tell me. Qin Yin nodded. We'll go back together too, Shen Yuan Beishan said. Take care, Yi Futian said. Take care. Everyone nodded. Master Yi, wish you the best future. Many people looked over at Yi Futian now. They were the people who traveled the Dawn Road with Yi Futian. You too, Yi Futian said, smiling. Then he soared into the air, preparing to depart. Many people from the Dawn Road waved at Yi Futian. The youth that they'd gotten to know on the Dawn Road had become #1 in the battle. He would become a legendary figure of the Barren State in the future. It was destiny to get to know someone on the Divine Sky ranking. They might be able to brag about it in the future. Everyone began departing gradually. Countless people soared towards different directions. Chen Yuan brought Yi Futian's group and the Starry School disciples away. They rode on ritual implements. They'd come on the Holy Road and would now leave by crossing Zhongzhou City. Barren State, Mount Taihang's sunlight fell upon the mountain. A huge golden figure sat on the mountaintop, dazzling under the sun. He stood on a boulder on the cliff. Looking into the distance, he was filled with majesty. A handsome white-clothed figure sat quietly not too far from him. He was playing his guqin. The music turned into an image that passed into the golden figure's mind. Many golden apes were watching from the distance. The mountain was silent for a long while after the music ended. The huge figure was still standing there quietly, looking into the distance. Suddenly, an ape roared. The shocking roar shook the world and even the immense Mount Taihang trembled. Many golden apes rushed over. They looked at their king from afar, confusion filling their eyes. Chen Yuan and the others on Mount Taihang were shaken too. Chen Yuan didn't do anything. Since Yi Futian came, the king of the golden great apes wouldn't hurt him. He was someone on the Barren Sky ranking, after all. If he really did try hurting Yi Futian, Chen Yuan wouldn't be able to stop him anyway. Just then, the great ape actually fell to his knees and kowtowed towards the distance. All the golden great apes knelt too and bowed in the same direction. Their king seemed to be worshipping something. Yi Futian watched quietly from the side. He could feel the cold sadness. Many of the demon beasts were unified. The king that led them was extremely respected. The snow ape was the ape emperor and had led all the great ape clans. This ape senior must be extremely sad to know that he had died. My name is Yuan Hong. The ape emperor had personally chosen this name for me when I was very young. At that time, the leader of the golden great apes was my father. The great ape stood up. He still looked into the distance as if reminiscing. Now, they've all left me. Yuan Hong's voice sounded abnormally tired. He turned and stared at Yi Futian with his huge eyes. Tell me, he said, who are you? Excuse me? Yi Futian's eyes flashed. The ape emperor won't teach his best technique to an outsider. If you've only seen that battle, how could you learn it and coincidentally be there? Yuan Hong stared at Yi Futian. Heavy might descended. I want to know the truth. You may be the last human who was with the ape emperor. Yi Futian gazed at the great ape and nodded lightly. Let me show you another picture then. Chapter 583, In the Divine City, Starry School. In the Divine City, Starry School. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu's group were strolling in the school and attracted countless gazes. The day before, Yi Futian had returned to the Starry School. He had crossed the Holy Road and gotten first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. The news of the Dozhan sage taking him in as a disciple had caused a huge uproar in the Divine Sky City. It turned out that the news of Yi Futian's death last year was fake. He had secretly left to take part in the triennial Holy Ji Palace admission examination. In the Holy Ji Palace, the #1 cultivation holy ground in the barren state, the Dozhan sage was the 7th on the barren sky ranking and the #1 body refining cultivator in the barren state. The Starry School's disciples all looked at Yi Futian with a renewed respect. The son of the Starry School was merely a start for him. Was that goddess-like girl his girlfriend? How beautiful! Wang Yuqing was also in the crowd. She had a complicated expression while looking at Yi Futian. That was the person that she once thought was shameless? At that moment, she recalled everything that had happened in the past. It was like a dream, the first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. What did it signify? It meant that all the geniuses in the entire barren state had gathered from countless elite factions and clans. Yi Futian had dominated the entire generation. However, Yi Futian was still the same as before. Big brother Futian, a voice sounded out and a beautiful figure dashed towards him. When Yi Futian saw the figure, a gentle smile appeared on his face and the figure jumped into his arms. Big brother Futian, you scared me to death, Long Linger complained miserably. She had really thought that Yi Futian had died. Linger, aren't I fine now? Yi Futian had a doting expression on his face. This little girl was getting prettier and more elegant, but she was still acting like a little kid. He was afraid that Jieyu would misunderstand. Long Linger broke away from hugging Yi Futian and hugged his arm instead. Her gaze then landed on Hua Jieyu, and she asked softly after doing a double take, Sister, are you a goddess? How can you be so beautiful? Hua Jieyu looked at Long Linger, then laughed and said, Of course not. My name is Hua Jieyu. Sister goddess name is so pleasing to the ear too, Long Linger replied. This is your sister-in-law, hurry up and call her that. Yi Futian knocked her on the head. No way, I'm still going to call her sister goddess, Long Linger shook her head and replied, then asked him, Big brother Futian, how did you manage to trick her? Good looks, Yi Futian replied. Long Linger gave him a scornful look, then asked Hua Jieyu, I don't believe it. Sister goddess, how were you tricked? Hua Jieyu smiled while looking at Long Linger, then looked to Yi Futian beside her and said softly, I was the one who wooed him. Ah! Long Linger was in disbelief. Yi Futian puffed out his chest in pride. His girlfriend was still as understanding as ever, giving him face in public. Linger, you're messing around again. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded and a beautiful woman walked over, nodding and smiling at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Madam, Yi Futian addressed her. What a perfect match. Madame Long looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu and felt pity for her little girl's feelings. Yi Futian, you're good. The Gu clan leader also brought Gu Yinshi over and smiled at Yi Futian. He had long known that Yi Futian was not dead, but he did not expect him to be able to come back into the Starry School so quickly. Uncle Gu, Yi Futian smiled and replied. The first in the Holy Ji Palace admission examination. Looks like the Starry School has its most outstanding disciple in its history, the Gu clan leader said. Yi Futian would definitely be able to surpass Long Yiqian's achievements. That is only natural. Chen Yuan walked over and said, this time, in the Holy Ji Palace's battles, not only Yi Futian, but Yu Sheng was also accepted as a disciple by the Dozhan sage. Yi Wuchen was valued by the Sword Demon and taken under his department. The three of them are all direct disciples of the Holy Ji Palace's palace lords. The Gu clan leader and Madame Long looked at Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen, who were standing behind Yi Futian. They had always been very low profile beside Yi Futian and never exhibited their strength. Who could have expected that the two of them were also this outstanding? There were rumors that Yu Sheng had fought his way into the top 10 with his grade 9 noble cultivation level. If he had not fought someone who specialized in spectral movement and countered him, he might have been able to make it into the top 3. College Chief. Someone appeared in a flash and reported, the Blazing Sun School and Bright Moon School college chiefs have brought people to visit. Oh? Chen Yuan had a gleam in his eyes and said, when did they become so courteous? He looked in the distance and had a cruel smile. He replied, invite them to leave. Come on, Brother Chen, don't be so quick to turn us away. At that moment, a voice sounded, then Yang Ding and Gong Kui walked in together. The three schools were originally passed down from the same source, let's not be so distant. This time, the Starry School's son Yi Futian has such an achievement, we're also happy for him, so we've come just to congratulate him, Yang Ding said. Yang Ding, do you even believe what you're saying? Chen Yuan looked at the other party. How hypocritical. Back then, the two of them had a huge battle and he had destroyed the Blazing Sun School twice. Yi Futian also nearly died in the hands of the Blazing Sun School. Now, he was happy for Yi Futian. Brother Chen, you also have to look at it from my perspective. Back then, Yi Futian had obtained the divine teachings, but he was the Starry School's son. How did you expect me and Brother Gong to think about it? Of course, we also wanted to see what the teachings passed down by our ancestors were like, but we were fooled by little Brother Yi, Yang Ding replied. He also knew a little about the Holy Ji Palace's battles, so he naturally knew that Yi Futian's divine light did not vanish. They had been tricked. However, he was unable to kill Yi Futian now, so what else could he do? Get on his good side, of course. Yi Futian and his two friends had become disciples of palace lords. If just one of them entered the Baron Sky ranking and wanted revenge, they would be in trouble. Little Brother Yi, it was indeed my greed that made me invite you to the Blazing Sun School, but I definitely did not intend to kill you. It was that person's selfish act. He has already been killed by Brother Chen and my Blazing Sun School has been destroyed twice, suffering heavy losses. Today, I've come specially to apologize for that. Yang Ding then continued, also, since you've also received the Blazing Sun School's teachings, I have a suggestion. How about you become the son of the Divine Sky City's top 3 schools? The Starry School's disciples were all appalled. The Blazing Sun School chief had come personally to apologize for his actions and wanted to resolve the conflict they had previously. Futian has already entered the Holy Ji Palace, why would he want the position of son? What is this, icing on the cake, after hitting him when he was down? Chen Yuan asked bitterly. Brother Chen, I have no such intention. That time, I was just overcome by greed and took a divine light. Gong Kui explained, but now we all understand that Yi Futian deserves to own the divine teachings. If Yi Futian is able to restore the glory of our ancestors one day, I pledge that my Bright Moon School will definitely follow him. Yi Futian scoffed when he heard Gong Kui's words. He was too hypocritical. If one day, he wanted to deal with the Bright Moon School, would Gong Kui dare to go against him? My Bright Moon School is the same, Yang Ding pledged sincerely. Since the two elders are so sincere, I will not bear a grudge over the matter. However, there was someone who wanted my life back then in the Bright Moon School. Moreover, Shang Yunfeng's death leading to his parents assassinating me in the Celestial Pavilion felt fishy. I hope that Chief Yang can put effort into investigating, that way, I will feel more at ease, Yi Futian said. Alright, I will investigate it thoroughly, Yang Ding promised. Since that is so, there is nothing else. After you've investigated the matter, Chief Yang can just notify Chief Chen. Elders, you may take your leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay, I'll be on my way to investigate it now. Yang Ding nodded. He had checked on the matter before as well, so he knew that it was indeed weird. Gong Kui also saluted and said his goodbyes. The two of them had come to alleviate Yi Futian's anger. Qin Yuan did not say anything. Yi Futian's handling of the matter was appropriate, the rest would be up to Yang Ding to manage. Moreover, Yi Futian did not have the ability to deal with Yang Ding and Gong Kui, so it was naturally better to make peace and settle the score in the future. Chief Chen, I should be on my way to the Eastern Barren Territory now, Yi Futian said. It was sufficient to just stop over in the Divine Sky City. He was also only going to stay for a few days in the Eastern Barren Territory. Afterward, he would go back to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Alright. Qin Yuan nodded and said, I'll accompany you back then. He still had to watch out for Yi Futian's safety. I'll be in your care then. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to Madame Long and said, Madam, I hope that you can take out some time to help out with the Celestial Pavilion. After all, Shen Yu and Wang Yuro were still in the Celestial Pavilion. Okay. The madam nodded and said, why don't we let Wang Yuro come to the Starry School to cultivate, I'm sure the college chief will agree. Yes. Qin Yuan was naturally fine with it. Thank you, madam. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. I want to follow Big Brother Futian and play too. Long Linger said. Again. The madam glared at her. It's fine to bring Linger along. I'll come back together with her, Qin Yuan said. I guess so. The madam shook her head helplessly and said, sorry to trouble you, college chief. Let's go, Qin Yuan said, and the group flew into the air. The Starry School's disciples all looked at the figures in the distance. They could probably only look up to Yi Futian in the future. The Gu clan leader pat his daughter Gu Yunxi on the shoulder and said gently, let's go. Gu Yunxi nodded lightly. In the Eastern Barren Territory, the situation had stabilized after the revolution. The college had become the only holy land in the Eastern Barren Territory. There were no other factions that could match it. The Sword Saint was already a sage playing cultivator, and Mr. Du leaving back then had caused a huge commotion in the Eastern Barren Territory. Now, there were three factions on the Book Mountain: the college, the Sword Saint Mountain, and the Moon Clan. However, there was only the college now. The Qin dynasty, the Lu Kingdom, and many other factions had become a thing of the past. Apart from the college, there were only the Witch Clan and Shenqiu Temple still standing as elite factions. Now, the Witch Clan's witches were also cultivating in the college. The college did not discriminate and was willing to impart their teachings to all. At that moment, in a courtyard on the Book Mountain, a group of people was seated around a table having a feast. It appeared especially crowded. Feng Lu, now you and Yi Xiang are both in the noble plane, I also have to cultivate harder. Otherwise, I'll be caught up by you two gradually, an elegant figure smiled and said. On that person, there was an imperial aura, and by his side, there was a pair of teenagers who looked extraordinary. Brother Yi, it was only thanks to your protection back then that we have our achievements today. Hua Feng Lu was still his handsome and suave self. The person sitting opposite him was the Emperor of the 100 Lands Kangyi Kingdom, Emperor Yi. You're being too distant. If I did not know you, I would not have the chance to come often to the college to cultivate. I am able to lead such a carefree life as the Emperor, occasionally coming to the Eastern Barren Territory's holy land to cultivate. If it was in the past, who would dare to imagine that? Now, you don't know how respectful the other emperors are to me and Emperor Nandu, Emperor Yi laughed and said. Indeed. Beside him, Nanda Wenshan nodded in agreement. Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin also smiled. They were now getting older and leading contented lives. Emperor Yi would often invite Nanda Wenshan and Yi Xiang to come to the Book Mountain to visit him. A group of old friends sitting around and chatting was indeed an enjoyable pastime. Chapter 584, Good Day, Elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. Good day, elders. At that moment, an alluring figure walked in, a jug of wine in her hands. The woman was extremely beautiful and her eyes had a hint of quick-wittedness. This young lady is? Emperor Yi asked Hua Fenglu. This girl is the famous witch clan's witch Gu Biyue. She was sent to the college to cultivate, but she's been running to my place very conscientiously. I don't know what she's after. Hua Fenglu replied, smiling. Elder, you've misunderstood Biyue. The college chief knows that all of you are here, so he specifically gave the order for a jug of fine wine to be sent here. This wine is rumored to be able to improve one's constitution and is beneficial to cultivation, Gu Biyue claimed, smiling. Thank the college chief for me, Nanda Wenin said, smiling. Little Biyue, come over and sit with us too. These few years, the Sword Saint had taken very good care of them and would often send over precious materials to improve their cultivation and potential. If it was not for the Sword Saint, Emperor Yi would not be able to come so often to the Book Mountain to cultivate. Okay. Gu Biyue smiled, taking a seat at the table. She asked, I've heard that all of you here today are Yi Futian's elders, do you all have any stories to share? Trying to get news about my disciple again? Hua Fenglu looked at Gu Biyue and continued, I've already told you, you don't stand a chance. I'm just curious. Gu Biyue looked back at Hua Fenglu and said, moreover, if I had met Yi Futian earlier, maybe your daughter wouldn't have had a chance either. You sure are thick-skinned. Yi Qingxian smiled faintly and said with a joking tone. Gu Biyue consistently came over, so they were all familiar with her. If you have the talent, you can learn it too, Gu Biyue replied, grinning. Speaking of that fellow, I wonder how his cultivation level is after leaving for so long. Yi Xiang also missed Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, he had not seen the two of them for an even longer time. They should have reached the upper Arcana plane, Hua Fenglu predicted. That's only around my level, Gu Biyue said. I've stepped into the upper Arcana plane a few days ago. Probably, I wonder if Futian has gone to find Jieyu. Nanda Wenin sighed and continued, her second sister is supposed to be from an elite faction in the barren state, Futian's going to suffer. Why don't you feel sorry for my disciple? Yi Xiang asked Nanda Wenin. You're not sorry for Futian? Nanda Wenin smiled, asking back. Why would I care about that fellow? Yi Xiang was reluctant to admit it. That's right, that fellow is so sly, he's probably being free and easy. Tang Lon also chipped in. Auntie Tang, you're speaking badly about me again. At that moment, a voice sounded in the distance. The people at the table were all stunned, then they all stood up and raised their heads. They saw a group of people flying in the air and the people at the front were Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Dad, Mom! Hua Jieyu shouted. Hua Fenglu had not come around from the surprise. It was only until Hua Jieyu landed in front of him that he broke into a brilliant smile. Master, Masteress, Old Man Yi, Emperor Yi, why are you all here? Yi Futian said, smiling. The group landed and Yi Xiang saw Yi Futian's complacent smile and said, looks like Tang Feng guessed correctly, you are indeed free and easy. Master, Qingxian, Yu Sheng walked forward, saying. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were moist, but she was still smiling. She only felt like crying. That fellow actually managed to find you, Hua Fenglu looked at Hua Jieyu and said. The Hua Jieyu now had an even more eminent aura, but she had gotten skinnier. Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded her head lightly and said, Dad, your disciple is really splendid. Hua Fenglu did a double take. It was like they said, daughters would always side with their husbands. Look at her, praising her man in front of her father. Wuchen. At that moment, Emperor Yi looked towards Yi Wuchen. Uncle, Yi Wuchen also addressed him. Your father often talks about you. These few years, Chinyu has gone back to see them a few times. Do go back home to visit since you're back, Emperor Yi said. Okay. Yi Wuchen was miserable upon Emperor Ye's words and said, I'll go find Chinyu. Go ahead, Emperor Yi smiled and Yi Wuchen shot off like a sword from its sheath towards the top of the mountain. Noble plain. Emperor Ye's gaze focused and he said, amazed. A noble plain cultivator could be an emperor of a country in the 100 Lands. Now, Yi Wuchen had entered the noble plain at such a young age. Wuchen has entered the noble plain. Hua Fenglu looked in his direction and asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and said, Master, Yu Sheng and I have entered the noble plain, do you want to spar with us? Hua Fenglu saw Yi Futian's cheeky smile and ignored him. He looked at Hua Jieyu and said, Jieyu, as your father, I need to seriously consider your relationship between you and Yi Futian. Father-in-law, I was wrong. Yi Futian quickly walked behind Hua Fenglu and massaged his back for him, saying, Master, don't stoop to my level. You're already a noble plain cultivator and you still don't care about your image. How preposterous, Hua Fenglu said. In Hua Fengluo's mind, a noble plain cultivator was already able to hold his own in any region. I don't need any image in front of Master. Yi Futian said, I was painstakingly brought up by you. Those words are pleasing to my ear. Hua Fenglu nodded his head with no reservations. I can't stand this master-disciple pair. Nandu Wenin smiled and shook her head. Haven't you gotten used to it yet? Nandu Wenshan stood beside her, laughing. He had heard from Hua Fenglu that when he was first disabled, it was Yi Futian who had carried him into Donghai City. At that time, they were given the cold shoulder by many people and were taken in by Tang Feng. Thinking back, it was really a desolate period, but thankfully that was all in the past. The relationship between the two of them was probably like father and son. Uncle, you're here too. Yi Futian addressed him. After all, he was a sweet talker. Yes, the Sword Saint allowed us to come to the Book Mountain whenever we like, Nandu Wenshan replied. Big brother is really meticulous. Yi Futian nodded his head, then his gaze turned towards Yi Danchen, Yi Lingxi. The witch Gu Biyue was also here, this made him curious. What are you looking at? Gu Biyue saw Yi Futian's confused look and asked, Are you surprised? You, why are you here? Yi Futian asked curiously. This little girl is now cultivating on the Book Mountain and she often comes here to ask about your past stories. Hua Fenglu did not evade the topic just because of Hua Jieyu but directly replied instead. You can't have fallen for me. Yi Futian's expression got even more perplexed. The people around were all speechless and the witch also did a double take, but she still smiled charmingly and said, That's right, do you want to take me in as a concubine? I have to discuss this with my wife, Yi Futian said with a deadpan expression. I'm fine with it. Hua Jieyu grinned and walked up, saying, I don't have any issues with a concubine. The witch stared at the pair in front of her and wanted to go on a rampage. The two of them actually dared to accept her offer. She had lost. I have an issue with it. A young girl stood in front of Yi Futian and said, If my brother wants to marry a concubine, she has to pass me first. Big brother Futian, sister Jieyu, isn't that right? Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu looked at Long Linger in bewilderment. What logic was that? You're right. Yi Futian saw Long Linger's expression and nodded. Did you hear that? Long Linger looked smugly at the witch. That woman had an aura of foxy wiles and did not look as pretty as sister Jieyu, she would need to be on guard against her. You're good. The witch Gu Biyue was floored and left dejectedly. Futian, who is this young lady? Nanda Wenin looked at Long Linger and asked. She's a younger sister that I got to know outside. This lass is really mischievous, she even kidnapped me initially. Yi Futian shook his head with a bitter smile. Big brother Futian, why are you bringing up that insignificant matter? It was because I was young and immature back then, Long Linger said timidly, then turned to Nanda Wenyin and said, Linger pays her respects to uncle and auntie. Sister Jiayu looks like a goddess. Sure enough, her parents also look like gods, you two are so good-looking. What an obedient little girl you are, Nanda Wenyin replied. Yi Futian was flabbergasted. Obedient. This was a little devil. Master, Masteress, this is Chief Chen, an elder of mine. Yi Futian also introduced Chen Yuan to them. Chen Yuan had been observing silently and he was surprised by how heartwarming the scene between Yi Futian and his loved ones was. There was no trace of the peerlessness at the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. The Yi Futian now was like a teenager that had not grown up. The scene actually made him a little envious. At that moment, Chen Yuan's gaze turned towards the top of the mountain and he said silently, Sage Plain. Yi Futian looked in that direction too and replied, it should be my big brother. Come on, let's go visit my big brother. Okay. Hua Fenglu and the rest nodded. The group of them started to make their way to the top of the mountain. While traveling, Hua Fenglu and Yi Xiang looked at Chen Yuan and could instantly feel his sage aura. This elderly person was potentially an extraordinary expert. They wondered what Yi Futian had been through in the few years outside the Eastern Barren territory. At that moment, many disciples from the college appeared. When Yi Futian entered the Book Mountain, he had been seen by some people. Now, many of the disciples knew that he was coming and it caused a commotion in the college. To the college and even the Eastern Barren territory, Yi Futian was a legendary figure. On the main peak of the Book Mountain, there were many people walking, forming a huge formation. There were people from all peaks appearing and the scene was spectacular. The Sword Saint and Goddess Wang Yue sat there quietly. As they saw Yi Futian's group walking over, the two of them had gentle smiles on their faces. Big brother, Goddess, Yi Futian called out to them. He saw the two of them standing together and thought, what a perfect match. Big brother, clan leader, Hua Jiayu also called out. She had once cultivated in the Moon Clan. You're back. The Sword Saint smiled, nodding his head. He then saw Yi Shaoshi and asked, why didn't Shui Yi and Luo Fan come back with you? They should have met up with your second sister and Xing'er. Since Yi Futian had brought Hua Jiayu back, he should have found the Zhuge clan. Ha! Yi Shaoshi nodded and replied, second sister had a mission for fourth and fifth brother, so we did not come back together. Did you see your third brother? The Sword Saint asked again. I saw him once. Third brother is a sage plain cultivator now, big brother can rest easy, Yi Futian replied. I'm naturally not worried about Donglio's cultivation. However, with his personality, he could easily offend others outside, the Sword Saint replied. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Yuan who was standing at the side and said, Elder. The college's disciples were all stunned. The Sword Saint had addressed that elderly person as Elder. How high was that person's cultivation level? No need to be courteous, Chen Yuan said. I'm only accompanying Futian back this time, it looks like my presence is making all of you uneasy. I wanted to tour around the Eastern Barren territory as well, you can go ahead. As he said that, Chen Yuan moved in a flash and left the area. How fast? Many people were astounded. The Sword Saint asked curiously, who is that elder? The college chief of the Divine Sky City Starry School, in the eastern region of the Barren State. I stayed there for a while after I went to the Barren State and the college chief treated me very well, Yi Futian replied. Will you be cultivating there in the future? The Sword Saint asked. No. I will be going with Jiayu, Yu Sheng and the rest to the core of the Barren State, Zhongzhou City's Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. If Big Brother wants to look for me, you can go there directly, Yi Futian replied and changed the topic, let's not talk about this for now, when will I be able to attend Big Brother's wedding? When the members of the cottage gather once again, probably. The Sword Saint sighed. He had not forgotten his teacher, who had been taken away. Big brother, I want to visit the cottage, Yi Futian said. Alright, I'll accompany you there. Now, the cottage is used by the disciples who used to be from the Moon Clan, the Sword Saint said, and the two of them made their way to the cottage. Many people looked at their figures and started discussing. What kind of place was the Holy Ji Palace? Yi Futian was actually accompanied by an extremely strong sage plane cultivator on the way back. What did he do outside? They could hardly imagine it. Some of the younger disciples had only entered the Book Mountain for less than 2 years. Their expressions were filled with admiration. Was that the legendary Yi Futian who had killed off multiple experts in the Sky Mountain fight? He looked so young. What a pity that they were unable to meet the cottage's second and third disciple. They wondered what cultivation level Yi Futian was at now. Among the disciples, there was an extremely appealing girl standing there quietly. She had ravishing looks and a graceful demeanor. She was one of the top 3 beauties of the Eastern Barren State, Chu Yaoyao. She had seen him again. He was still the same as before, but he appeared to be more magnificent now. Yi Futian and the Sword Saint strolled in the cottage, looking at the familiar buildings that had changed. They walked all the way to the back mountain, discussing certain matters. Yi Futian briefly told the Sword Sage about his experiences in the Barren State and about his second sister and third brother. The cool wind swept past and the two of them walked to the cliff. The Sword Saint looked at the clouds and said, with Donglio's personality, he likely will not step into the Zhuge clan without defeating Bai Luli. However, if it's really like you said, Bai Luli is the 10th on the Barren Sky ranking, how would he be defeated so easily? Donglu can only depend on himself. Big brother, have you ever thought of venturing out? Yi Futian asked. The Eastern Barren territory carries teachers' dreams. He had always wanted to use peaceful methods to achieve it. Unfortunately, things often go contrary to one's wishes. Now that I have the chance, I will naturally help teacher to achieve it. Until then, I will not think about the future. The Sword Saint smiled and said, the law power emphasizes following one's heart, one's cultivation and mindset is the same. Yi Futian nodded. With Big Brother's current mindset, it was an alternative form of cultivation. He could feel that Big Brother was different from before. Little brother, do you know why your brothers and sisters have such high hopes for you? The Sword Saint asked. Yi Futian shook his head, but he knew that his brothers and sisters doted on him the most. That's because you are the person that teacher was truly looking for. The Sword Saint looked in the distance and said, I trust teacher. Little brother, maybe nobody knows how your future will be like now, but if there's one person who can find teacher, it will definitely be you. I will work hard. Yi Futian nodded his head sincerely. Me too, the Sword Saint said. The college will forever be your home. If you run into trouble outside, tell me. Your big brother's cultivation level may not be high, but I will do my best to strive for the day where I can personally witness the expectations that teacher had for you come to fruition. I also want to see that sight. Yi Futian smiled radiantly and said, Big brother, it's a promise. It's a promise. The Sword Saint nodded. Chapter 585. Yi Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Futian stayed for a few days in the cottage, accompanying his master and masteress. He did not know when he could return again after he left this time, but seeing the two of them enjoying their time here, Yi Futian felt relieved. Yi Wuchen had returned to the Kangyi kingdom with Lu Qinyu, then came back to the Book Mountain, preparing to bring Lu Qinyu with him to the Holy Ji Palace. Wuchen had entered the Sword Demons department and was considered a true disciple, so he could bring his family along. He naturally did not plan to continue leaving Lu Qinyu alone here. After settling these matters, the group of them gathered on the Book Mountain, preparing to leave. Many people from the Book Mountain had come to send them all, including the lords of every peak and many college disciples. Although the cottage was no longer around, the cottage's disciples would forever be immortalized in the Eastern Barren State as the memories of a generation. Just as Yi Futian was preparing to leave, there were two figures who appeared in the distance, flying among the clouds towards Yi Futian. The college's disciples did not stop them. Evidently, they knew who it was. The two of them looked weird. One of them was a high monk and the other was a stunning beauty. She was dressed in plain robes and there was not a speck of dust to be found on her. Her complexion was radiant, like a flawless piece of jade, and her aura was pure, like she had never been troubled by worldly matters. The girl had a faint smile on her face as she looked towards Yi Futian's group. How beautiful! Beside Yi Futian, Long Linger mumbled. The lady who had arrived was gorgeous and her innocent and pure aura made her exceedingly pretty, enough to rival Hua Jieyu. Master, the sword saint saw the high monk and addressed him, nodding. It turned out that the high monk was the abbot of the Qianqiu temple. Benefactor sword saint. The abbot put his hands together and bowed, then his gaze turned towards Yi Futian and he said, I've heard that Benefactor Yi has returned from the barren state, so I've specifically come to ask a favor from Benefactor Yi. Do tell me, abbot. Yi Futian's gaze turned away from the lady. Back then, the Donghua clan had been eradicated and Hua Qingqing had suffered a huge tragedy, causing her to enter the Qianqiu temple to cultivate. Now, her aura and looks were even more outstanding than before. The Qianqiu temple must have paid a lot of attention to her. Qingqing has a connection with Buddhism. Previously, when I saw her on the Book Mountain, I took her to the Qianqiu temple to cultivate. Qingqing needed little guidance to understand the Buddhist teachings and her comprehension is the highest of anyone I've met in my life. Now that she has had her first glimpse into Buddhism and entered the noble plane, my Qiuqian temple no longer has any deeper Buddhist teachings to offer her. Benefactor Yi has come from the barren state. Do you know if there are any places that are suitable for her to cultivate? The abbot asked. Yi Futian was slightly taken aback. Yi Qingqing's cultivation level was similar to his back then. He had only just broken through to the noble plane by obtaining multiple opportunities in the Holy Road. Yi Qingqing had also entered the noble plane. Could it be that cultivating in Buddhist teachings would cause a person's cultivation speed to increase? That was probably not the only reason. It should be that Hua Qingqing was indeed destined to pursue Buddhism. When he first saw her, he had already felt that this girl was not affected by mortal desires, like she was not supposed to appear in the world. Perhaps, she was already different from birth and was enlightened after the huge incident. The barren state is vast and boundless, so I am not very familiar with cultivation places in the barren state, Yi Futian replied. He then turned towards Chen Yuan and asked, Does Chief Chen know any? Chen Yuan looked at Hua Qingqing. He could feel that Hua Qingqing was indeed extraordinary. He had never seen such a pure person before. Her unblemished eyes were crystal clear, like a pool of clear water. The barren state indeed has a Buddhist ground, but they emphasize that Buddhism will only be taught to those who are destined for it and rarely take in disciples, Chen Yuan replied. If they see her, they will definitely take her in. The Qianqiu temple abbot saluted and said, This benefactor must be an elder from the barren state. Could we have a word in private? Chen Yuan looked at Yi Futian and saw him nodding, so he replied, Sure. Qingqing, follow me, the Qianqiu temple abbot said, and the three of them left together, making Yi Futian's group curious. Not long after, they came back, but Chen Yuan's expression was peculiar and he kept looking at Hua Qingqing. Chief Chen, Yi Futian looked towards Chen Yuan and called out. If Hua Qingqing heads there, there will be no problem, Chen Yuan declared certainly this time. Yi Futian did not know what the abbot and Chief Chen had discussed to make him this certain. I am not well versed enough in the Buddhist teachings, thus my cultivation level is low. I might not have much of a say in this. Could I trouble Benefactor Chen to help me make the referral? The abbot asked Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's gaze landed on Yi Futian again, as though asking for Yi Futian's opinion. Chief Chen, Hua Qingqing is my good friend, Yi Futian said. Okay, Chen Yuan agreed to the matter. Thank you very much. Since that is so, I will not be following the group. The Qianqiu temple abbot looked at Hua Qingqing and said, Qingqing, this is where we part ways. Take care of yourself, abbot. Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling. Fate would come and go in circles, although she was reluctant, she accepted it nonetheless. Benefactor Yi, I'll be troubling you then. The abbot bowed to Yi Futian. Master, there is no need to do that. Yi Futian returned the bow and said, since the master trusts me, I will naturally do my best. How could I not trust the character of a cottage disciple? The abbot smiled and said his goodbyes. After doing that, he turned around and left as quickly as he had come. Hua Qingqing bowed in the direction that the monk had left in. The 2 years that she had spent in the Qingqiu temple had healed the scars from back then, and she had found that the way of the Buddha appeared to be the most suitable for her. Duao is dead, Yi Futian looked to Hua Qingqing beside him and said. Hua Qingqing was shocked and stared at Yi Futian. A teardrop appeared in her eyes and she said silently, thank you. Although she cultivated in Buddhism, how could she be void of emotion? Duao had destroyed the Donghua clan and killed her mother in front of her back then, how could she not hate him? It's all over now. Yi Futian smiled tenderly. Yes. Hua Qingqing nodded. That year, after they had separated in the snowstorm on the Sky Mountain, she had not expected that they would meet again. She was very thankful for the reunion. Let's go, Yi Futian said. He turned around, looking at all the familiar figures. His big brother, Master, and Masteress, Yi Xiang, Emperor Yi and the rest, then waved to them and said coolly, I'm leaving. Lad, take good care of Jieyu, Hua Fenglu laughed as he reminded him. With this fellow's luck with women, he could not help but worry. Yu Sheng, I leave Qing Xian with you, Yi Xiang also told him. All right, rest assured, Master. Yu Sheng nodded solemnly. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were puffy, she would follow Yi Futian and Yu Sheng this time to the distant barren state and probably not see her father for a long time. Qin Yuan took out his flight ritual implement and flew into the clouds. The wind blowing on his body, Yi Futian looked at the people around him and broke into a radiant smile. This time, Qing Xian, Qin Yu and Lu Feiyang were too. Lu Qinyu would follow Yi Wuchen to the Holy Ji Palace while Lu Feiyang would follow Qin Yuan to the Starry School to cultivate. In the following period of time, he was prepared to cultivate seriously in the Holy Ji Palace and do his best to raise his cultivation level. Now that he was in the noble plane, his next target was to become a sage. If he entered the sage plane, he would be considered an influential figure even in the barren state, capable of setting up his own sect or clan. Even alone, he would be able to make a name for himself in the barren state. After Yi Futian's group had left, a group of people continued to stay on the Book Mountain, reluctant to leave. Let's go back, the Sword Saint said to the crowd, and the college's disciples started to leave. However, there were still people who continued to stare at the disappearing figures. The witch Gu Bus sighed softly, how heartless. Chu Yao Yao also looked dejected. Hua Qingqing, who had often been mentioned in conjunction with her in the past, had also followed him to the barren state. The Sword Saint left and walked to the peak of the Book Mountain. He walked at the edge, looking at the scenery below the mountain and beyond. In the silence, he started to miss his teacher. Behind the Sword Saint, there was a pavilion. At that moment, beside the pavilion, a figure appeared there abruptly. The figure was dressed in grey robes and had no aura, as though he did not even exist. The Sword Saint appeared to feel something, causing him to turn around. When he saw the figure, he bowed slightly and called out, Elder. How is your cultivation in the techniques that I taught you? The grey-robed figure asked. I have had some progress, but the technique is too profound, I still need more time, the Sword Saint replied calmly. The grey-robed figure nodded briskly and continued, although your potential is ordinary, your mindset is outstanding and your will is firm. Those two will be able to make up for the lacking in your potential. The techniques that I have made you cultivate are also the most suitable for your mindset, decipher it comprehensively and you will reach a high level of attainment. The Sword Saint nodded, naturally he could feel that too. Elder, who are you, why are you doing this? The Sword Saint asked. With your mindset, you should not be asking this. Don't bother asking in the future, just treat this as a surprise opportunity and that I did not exist. Otherwise, I will make you disappear along with the college. The grey-robed figure looked apathetically at the Sword Saint. That one look made the sword saint feel as though he had been seen through. He was already in the sage plane, but he still had such a feeling. It showed how high the other party's cultivation level was. This mysterious character was likely to be the strongest person he had ever met in his life, even stronger than his teacher. A gust of wind blew past and the grey-robed figure had disappeared without a trace, like he had never been there. However, in the air, a sound entered the sword saint's ear. Throughout the ages, countless heroes, however prodigious they were, have faded to dust, but you will be history's witness. The voice was faint and disappeared with the wind. The sword saint stared at the disappearing figure with a serious expression, emotions surging from his heart. Throughout the ages, how many heroes had there been? He naturally could not be considered the genius of a generation. How was he going to witness history? Turning around, the sword saint looked in the distance, his expression composed. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Only time would tell. Chapter 586. The magnificent and enormous Zhongzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhongzhou city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. The magnificent and enormous Zhongzhou city lay in the barren state. Nobody knew how many powerful forces there were in this ancient city. In the central region of Zhongzhou city was the endless holy river where the 1,000 holy islands could be found. Suddenly, a group of cultivators flew by in the sky and landed at the center of the 1,000 holy islands. A towering city was standing at the heart of the 1,000 holy islands, which looked just like a castle in the sky. The group of cultivators was precisely Yi Futian and the others who had just returned from the eastern barren territory. At the moment, they were in front of the sky stairwell, standing in a ritual implement which was floating in the sky. Staring into the distance, Chen Yuan said, "We're here." Yi Futian looked at Chen Yuan and smiled. "Chief Chen, thank you for helping us in the journey." "Don't mention it. I didn't waste too much time either," Chen Yuan said, unconcerned. "After you enter the Holy Ji Palace, focus on cultivation. The palace gathers the geniuses from various places of the barren state, many of whom are successors of top forces. Be careful in what you do." "Yes, I will." Yi Futian nodded. "I'll leave Qingqing to you. Don't worry about it." "I'll send her to the place," Chen Yuan nodded. Yi Futian then looked at Hua Qingqing and said, "Take care." "Okay." Hua Qingqing nodded, smiling brightly. Her journey was filled with uncertainty, but she was very calm and did not think too much about it. Everything would only depend on her destiny. "Young ones, work hard." Chen Yuan scanned everyone, after which he controlled the ritual implement and left with Hua Qingqing. Yi Futian stared at Chen Yuan as he flew off into the distance. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and asked, "You feel sad that she's leaving?" Yi Futian blinked his eyes. Smiling, he looked at Hua Jieyu and asked back, "Are you jealous? Hua Qingqing is such a pitiful girl. Moreover, she's pure and flawless. Even women would be attracted to her. It'd be such a pity for her to become a nun. If you like her, I can pretend that I can't see anything." Hua Jieyu smiled warmly. "Really?" Yi Futian muttered to himself as he stared at Hua Jieyu doubtfully. "This fox. When does she speak the truth?" Looking at her smile, Yi Futian was determined not to fall for her trap. He held her hand and said, "You're the only one in my heart. Let's go into the palace." Hua Jieyu covered her mouth and giggled, while Yu Sheng and the rest all looked at Yi Futian in contempt. How could she believe him? Nevertheless, at the moment, Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen were also accompanied by beautiful ladies. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Qing Xian, Lu Chenyu, Lu Lan Shui, and the black-winged condor were all present. The group was in its prime. Stepping onto the sky stairwell, they saw a grand gate before them. A group of cultivators was standing there like statues, guarding the palace. When Yi Futian and his friends reached the gate, the gatekeepers stared at them and one of them asked, Who are you? Yi Futian and his friends took out their palace decrees, after which they said their names and identities. So you're going to Battle Sage Palace, Daozang Palace, and Sword Pavilion. They're all at different places. Those who are going to Battle Sage Palace, follow me. Those going to Daozang Palace, follow me. Those going to Sword Pavilion, come here. 3 statue-like cultivators walked out. Yi Futian and his friends walked behind the respective cultivators. Jieyu, Wuchen, Chenyu, I'll go look for you later. Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu was going to Daozang Palace, Yi Wuchen to Sword Pavilion, while Yi Futian and a few others were going to Battle Sage Palace. Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen nodded. Then, they followed their respective gatekeepers and flew into the sky. Senior, which pavilion do you belong to? Yi Futian asked the cultivator who was leading the way. The gatekeepers belong to Tianqing Pavilion, the cultivator replied. Apart from the things within the 6 pavilions, all the rules and other stuff are controlled by Tianqing Pavilion. I got it. Yi Futian nodded. Where are the 6 pavilions located? From here, if you go straight forward, you'll see the tallest range of palaces. That's Holy Sage Pavilion. The pavilion closest to it is Wanxiang Pavilion, which is located on the left, while Battle Sage Palace is on the right. Daozang Palace is next to Wanxiang Pavilion, while Sword Pavilion is close to Battle Sage Palace. Tianqing Pavilion is at the center of the island. You'll find out soon enough, the gatekeeper replied. Yi Futian listened to him attentively as they advanced forward. Below them, they could see many tall buildings and some other cultivators. Yi Futian saw gigantic towers, mountains and cultivating caves, many lively streets, and numerous relic-like places. This island city, located on top of a mountain, was indeed extremely vast. The Holy Ji Palace was different from any place he had visited in the past. After a while, Yi Futian saw a chain of magnificent golden palaces appear before him. It sat on the ground like a golden ancient city and seemed to reflect off a sharp aura. The golden, ancient palaces were located on high grounds, as though they were right beside a cliff. Standing on its corner, one could see the scenery below and also in the distance. We've arrived. You should go there now, the gatekeeper said, after which he left alone. Yi Futian shouted, Senior, thank you. Then, they stepped forward, walking along the golden, ancient path. Before them, a clean-looking young monk was cleaning the ground. Seeing Yi Futian and his friends, the monk stopped what he was doing. He put one hand vertically in front of his chest and bowed slightly. Are you the newcomers Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and the others? Yes. Yi Futian greeted back, Senior, it's nice to meet you. My name is Qi Jia. Uncle has asked me to wait for you here. You've finally arrived, the monk said, smiling. Follow me. I'll show you your rooms. Sure. Yi Futian and his friends followed him. On their way, Yi Futian asked curiously, Senior Qi Jia, you look so young. When did you enter the palace? Last year, the monk replied. Wait. Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace admit disciples once every 3 years? How did you enter last year? Yi Futian asked. That's only for the entire barren state. If someone recommends you, you can enter directly after passing the assessment set by the 6 pavilions. Qi Jia smiled. The assessment that is held once every 3 years is a grand occasion in the barren state. Most people want to try the holy roads and compete with various geniuses. However, there are also some people like me who are lazier. I see. Yi Futian nodded. He recalled Mu Jiqiu had also told him that people like Bai Zai could actually enter the Holy Ji Palace directly. It seemed like apart from the people who had shown during the assessment, the Holy Ji Palace also had many other outstanding geniuses. Oh yeah. I don't think you know the rules here yet. There aren't too many restrictions in terms of cultivation. I believe you have seen for yourselves how the palace looks like in general on your way here, Qi Jia said. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace is said to be the holy place for cultivation in the barren state. Here, there are many places suitable for cultivation. You're free to go anywhere or attempt any of the mysterious places or relics. However, be careful about your own safety. Furthermore, during cultivation, conflicts will often break out between the disciples of the 6 pavilions. The palace does not restrict any fights, but there's one solid rule: you cannot kill or permanently disable anyone else within the palace. As for friendly fights, there are no rules, and you also don't need any reasons. Of course, when you step into any of the 6 pavilions themselves, you won't be allowed to fight. Qi Jia gave Yi Futian and his friends a smile that seemed to contain many hidden meanings, causing Yi Futian to blink his eyes. The Holy Ji Palace really encouraged its disciples to fight against and learn from each other. Only with competitions would they grow. Also, your relatives can cultivate in the palace, but you cannot give the methods taught by your seniors in the palace. Similarly, you cannot teach them to someone outside. This is prohibited and you must follow it. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely severe. Qi Jia warned. Yi Futian nodded. The Holy Ji Palace had many disciples, including many descendants of the top forces in the barren state. If they could bring the things they learned here outside, the arts and methods unique to the Holy Ji Palace would be known to everyone in no time. The group chatted as they walked. On their way, they also met many other people, and Yi Futian would always nod to greet them. Soon, they arrived at a place filled with many attics and courtyards. Battle Sage Palace was very huge, so everyone would get an individual attic. Alright. From today on, you'll be official disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Do you have any other questions? Qi Jia asked, smiling. Senior, how many disciples does the Holy Ji Palace have? Why do I feel there are not many people in Battle Sage Palace? Yi Futian asked. If you include the 1,000 holy islands, the Holy Ji Palace will be way too big. If you only count the core island, then apart from the disciples recruited outside, the descendants of various seniors in the palace, and the geniuses who are promoted to the core island from the 1,000 holy islands, there are about 3,000 disciples in the 6 pavilions. Many people have finished learning and left the palace, or are cultivating outside, so there are only over 2,000 disciples left. Even fewer people are direct disciples of the lords of the 6 pavilions themselves. Among the 6 pavilions, Daozang Palace and Tianqing Pavilion have the most number of disciples, followed by Sword Pavilion, and then Battle Sage Palace and Holy Sage Pavilion. Wanxiang Pavilion has the least number of people. Qi Jia answered patiently, as for why you didn't see many people around, most people are usually not inside the pavilion. Instead, they normally cultivate somewhere else in this island city. Why are there so few people in Wanxiang Pavilion? Yi Futian asked curiously. Do you know what class does the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion belongs to? Qi Jia asked. Nope. Yi Futian shook his head. Sage Wanxiang is an astrologer. Qi Jia smiled. So he can calculate the potentials and talents of his disciples? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. Astrologer was not an unfamiliar name to Yi Futian. Minister Zuo was an astrologer as well. However, astrologers often had short lives as they would reveal secrets they were not supposed to. Yi Futian did not expect there to be such a powerful astrologer in the Holy Ji Palace. Yes, but not everyone wants to get tested. Astrologers are not all-powerful, and their measures are also estimates, not definite. Moreover, the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion rarely calculates the destiny of anyone. I heard that after he does that last time, he has been secluding until now, Qi Jia said. Thinking about Minister Zuo, Yi Futian could also understand this. Astrologers would always carefully conceal their abilities. Junior, do you know whose destiny he calculated last time? Qi Jia asked, smiling. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Make a guess. Qi Jia gave a meaningful smile. Qi Jia, go back, someone suddenly said in the distance. Qi Jia immediately put his hands together and his face turned extremely solemn. Turning around, he bowed at the incoming person and said, "Yes, uncle. I'm only explaining to them the rules of the palace. I'll leave now." Then, he left the group, leaving Yi Futian speechless. Qi Jie's change was really quick. Bai Luli. Qi Jie secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Futian as he walked into the distance. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. The Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated the destiny of Bai Luli before, so what was the result? "So you're here." King Kong's sage walked to Yi Futian. "Senior," Yi Futian greeted. "You and Yu Sheng are disciples of my brother. So just call me uncle," King Kong's sage said. "Uncle. Good. Although you have your own masters, anyone who teaches you can also be called your master. When you see the Lord next time, you may call him master. Of course, if you're really unwilling, he will not force you." King Kong's sage looked at Yi Shaoshi and Yuan Zhan. "As for you two, in the future, I'll be teaching you. Of course, in the Holy Ji Palace, most of the time you'll be relying on yourselves. There are plenty of resources around here." "I understand." Everyone nodded. "Qi Jia has told you the necessary things, right?" King Kong's sage asked. "Yes, Senior Qi Jia has told us that," Yi Futian replied. "Great. In this case, I'll not say anything extra. From now on, you'll be disciples of Battle Sage Palace. Usually, you can do whatever you want and nobody will place any restrictions on you. Now, you can go and familiarize yourselves with the place," King Kong's sage said. "If you need anything, come and find me. Of course, if you're bullied in the Holy Ji Palace, don't come and look for me. That's the same for all the 6 pavilions. The people who can enter the Holy Ji Palace are all top geniuses, and you can fight as much as you please. It'll be too embarrassing to have you if you complain about being bullied." Then, King Kong's sage also left the place. What a brief introduction. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. From Qi Jia and King Kong's sage's words, he could imagine how interesting his life in the palace would be in the future. "Uncle," Yi Futian said, smiling. He was already looking forward to his life here. "Oh yeah. Just now Qi Jia was talking about destiny. The person who got tested was destined to go beyond the sage plane," King Kong's sage suddenly said, after which he disappeared into the distance. Nobody knew if he said so to give Yi Futian more stress. Above the sage plane was the saint plane. Bai Luli had the potential to become a saint. Chapter 587. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. Yi Futian had heard from his second sister that because of Bai Luli's presence, many powerful people in the Holy Ji Palace had come to a certain consensus. Now he knew that the Lord of Wanxiang Pavilion had calculated Bai Luli's destiny, so he could roughly guess some things. It was no wonder that Holy Sage Pavilion had chosen Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing instead of him, the top performer for the entrance assessment. It was clearly not because of Bai Zhe. After all, everyone saw how Bai Zhe had lost to Yi Futian, and the people in the Holy Ji Palace were not blind. It was only because Bai Luli meant something extraordinary to the palace. Nevertheless, Yi Futian was somewhat puzzled. Apart from people like Bai Luli, who had displayed an unbelievable potential, everyone in the Barren Sky ranking was only strong in terms of their combat powers. Yi Futian had never heard of the existence of an actual saint. However, the top 3 schools all had divine teachings as their founder was a saint. As the best place to cultivate in the whole of the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace certainly had divine teachings as well. There must have been saints from the palace in the past. Could it be that saints could not stay in the Barren State so they had to go to a superior region? Or perhaps was there another reason? "Lulan, stay here with the condor and tidy the place up. We'll go and familiarize ourselves with the palace," Yi Futian said. Cultivators usually did not have a high demand for good accommodation. Qi Jie had also told them that most people of the 6 pavilions had gone to cultivate, and only a handful would stay in the pavilions. Yi Futian clearly wanted to see what kind of place this holy land of the barren state looked like. All right. Lulan Shui nodded gently. I'll stay behind to help, Yi Qingxian said, smiling. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Let's go. Then, the 4 people left. They went outside Battle Sage Palace and gazed at the island city they were on. It was endless and even they could not see the edge of the island. The entire island city was a place for cultivation. The palace is so big. I don't think we can know the place well anytime soon. Where do we start? Yi Shaoshi asked. Yi Futian also felt the same way. When we came just now, didn't we see an area filled with activities? We'll go there first. When we meet other people, we can also ask about the situation of the palace, Yi Futian said. Nobody had any objections. Therefore, the 4 people stepped into the air and walked towards a certain place. After a while, Yi Futian and his friends arrived in a region filled with streets. Indeed, there were many people around. Somewhere in the place, there was a stone wall with some writings on it. Many people were standing there, looking at the wall. Hua Fan actually got a place in Sage Palace. Another top genius of the Holy Ji Palace managed to enter Sage Palace. A new person will definitely appear on the Barren Sky ranking in the future. I wonder who'll be kicked out of the ranking. Many people were discussing among themselves. Hua Fan was a disciple of Holy Sage Pavilion. It was written on the stone wall that he had obtained the approval of Holy Sage Pavilion to enter Sage Palace, causing many to feel emotional. Although they already knew about Hua Fan's talents long ago, he had actually gotten himself a place in Sage Palace in merely 6 years. It was still somewhat astonishing. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace all knew what that meant. All the cultivators who had entered Sage Palace in the past had also appeared on the Barren Sky ranking. Many famous people could be used as examples, including the Lord of White Cloud City, the leader of the Zhuge family, Bai Luli, and, of course, many powerful people of the Holy Ji Palace. When he goes to Sage Palace this time, Hua Fan will probably try to break through into the Sage Plane, someone said. Indeed. 6 years ago, Hua Fan elegantly got first place in the entrance assessment. He was honored as the most talented person in the palace after Bai Luli. After that, he started his rapid climb in the Holy Ji Palace. I didn't expect him to be able to enter Sage Palace in such a short time. I suppose Shimin Hanjiang should feel some pressure now, someone said. Shimin Hanjiang was the top performer in the assessment 3 years ago. He was honored as the rarest genius of Shimin clan in Zhongzhou City and had taken Bai Luli as his goal. Now, Hua Fan who had entered before him had already obtained a chance to enter Sage Palace. Shimin Hanjiang would clearly have some thoughts on this. Shimin Hanjiang is talented, but it'll not be easy for him to enter Sage Palace. Within the cohort 3 years ago, there are people who are no weaker than him, someone commented, smiling. There were countless geniuses in the Holy Ji Palace. However, only a handful could enter Sage Palace. I just received news that the top performer in this cohort had already entered the palace not long ago, someone said. The top performers of the entrance assessments would always receive much attention. The disciples in this cohort will come here one after another. It seems like the place will get more lively for quite a while. I heard that there was a major conflict between Yi Futian and Bai Zhe. In the arena, he almost disabled Bai Zhe and humiliated him badly. The Holy Ji Palace will surely be busy in the future. I heard of that as well. It's said that when Bai Zhe was chatting, he publicly invited Hua Jieyu to enter the palace with him, ignoring Yi Futian's presence. He did not expect himself to meet a tough opponent this time and caused Yi Futian's rage. However, it's indeed embarrassing for Bai Zhe this time. His brother is so unparalleled and outstanding, but he was humiliated openly in the assessment. I'm sure he really wants to kill Yi Futian now. This time, a few people did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace, but I heard that there are also quite a few good ones. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, Su Ke, Divine Spiritual Sorcerer Hua Jieyu, and many others are all not bad. Although Bai Zhe lost, his talents are not that weak either. Is it? Suddenly, a young man with white-colored skin walked over. He looked delicate and his face was filled with a gentle smile. From his smile, one could tell that he was an extremely confident person. I think that assessment this time is only a so-so, the young man said, smiling. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the young man, interested. Someone smiled and said, Yun Feng, you entered Daozang Palace last year, becoming a disciple of Sage Daozang directly. So you did not participate in the assessment not long ago. I'm sure you look down on the newcomers. A gentle smile appeared on Yun Feng's face. Every 3 years, the top few people of the assessment in the Holy Ji Palace would attract the attention of everyone and be in the spotlight. However, he did not take part because of his confidence in himself. Whether he attended the assessment or not, the outcome would be the same. His goal was Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 grade 9 nobles managed to enter the top 10. How powerful do you think the newcomers this time are? Yun Feng said casually. Then, he stopped talking about this and looked on the stone wall before him instead. Hua Fan had obtained the rights to enter Sage Palace. Only this was his target. Everyone looked at Yun Feng, smiling. They were not surprised by his words. Yun Feng was the descendant of craftsmen. He had started his cultivation from drawing and his skills were fascinating. Craftsmen and Sage Daozang were good friends. Therefore, Yun Feng was sent to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate under Sage Daozang. Craftsmen had once said in the future Yun Feng's skills would surpass his. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yun Feng had indeed also displayed his talents. Although he was young, he was already famous in Daozang Palace. It was, therefore, no surprise that he would say so. Indeed, I agree with you, someone suddenly said. Everyone turned around and saw a few people walking towards them. The person who just spoke was handsome and young. Is it? Yun Feng glanced at the people around him and smiled. 2 grade 9 nobles could enter the top 10. Indeed, the people in the assessment this time are too weak. The 2 people must have been lucky, the young man replied, smiling. Yun Feng smiled gently and did not say anything else. Many people looked at the young man and one of them asked curiously, you all look unfamiliar. Are you the newcomers this time? Someone also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the few people who had just arrived. He had watched the assessment this time. Yes, the young man nodded. Who are you? Let's see if we've heard of you, someone asked, smiling. Yi Futian, the young man replied. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned, causing the place to fall into a deafening silence. Then, many people started laughing and looked at Yi Futian keenly. It was really interesting. Yun Feng was also startled and looked at Yi Futian just beside him. This time, he did not divert his stare immediately. Then, he said, I'm Yun Feng. Yi Futian looked at the stone wall before him. Clearly, he also saw that Hua Fan was allowed to enter Sage Palace, and this confirmed his guess. The Holy Ji Palace indeed had divine teachings. In another place on the stone wall, there was a list of names carved from the top down. The first name was Hua Fan, who had obtained a place in Sage Palace. In the last place, Yi Futian saw his own name. Seniors, what's this? Yi Futian asked, smiling. Many people looked at Yi Futian curiously. One of them replied, the lower rank. We also call it the Small Baron Sky ranking. Junior Yi, your name was already on the ranking when you joined us. Although it's last place, you have still exceeded most people. The lower rank of the Holy Ji Palace only contained 100 people, all of which must be noble plain disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. Just like the actual Baron Sky ranking, it ranked disciples according to their talents and potential. It was thus also known as the Small Baron Sky ranking. The targets of the sages in the Holy Ji Palace would be the Baron Sky ranking. Yi Futian had just entered the palace and not displayed anything. However, he was already on the ranking. It was obviously because he was the top performer for the assessment this time, although he was only in the last place. Yi Futian also saw Yun Feng's name. He was ranked 96th on the law rank. It was no wonder that Yun Feng was unhappy. I was indeed lucky. Do ignore me, Yi Futian said, smiling as if he was very humble. This was everyone to be curious. Was he really the top performer, the person who was said to defeat Bai Zhe and Huang Zhouge? Oh yeah. I'm completely unfamiliar with the palace. What place is this? Yi Futian asked. This is the place where the law rank is. It's called the Law Battle Area. If disciples of the Holy Ji Palace want to have a law battle, they can do it on the law battle platform and not far from here. Doesn't the Holy Ji Palace prohibit fighting? Why is there a place meant for battles? Yi Futian asked curiously. It's good to have something formal, the person replied, smiling. Moreover, if someone on the law rank initiates a law battle, it'll affect the ranking. I got it. Apart from this law battle area, what other places are there? Yi Futian asked further. The region around the law battle area is known as the Law Power Zone. There are 7 intriguing secret zones which are suitable for all kinds of sorcerers to cultivate. If you go further forward, you will find the Sky-Reaching Tower. That acts as a dividing line. The Sky-Reaching Tower is a treasure of Battle Sage Palace and can train the physical strength of martial arts cultivators. Beyond the Sky-Reaching Tower are various places meant for cultivation. You will find blessed caves, mountains and relics, and secret zones left by seniors. That region is the most extensive one and occupies half of the island city. You'll need to see that for yourself. Apart from those, the 6 pavilions here all have their own places for cultivation. Lastly, there is the Relic of Sage Palace, the restricted area of the Holy Ji Palace. The person very patiently introduced these places briefly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded. Thank you, senior. Don't mention it. You will get the same answer by asking anyone else. That person smiled warmly. Yi Futian believed that the vast island city was sufficient for him to grow to the level he needed. If he had the chance, he would definitely want to enter the Sage Palace. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted from the distance. Everyone raised their heads and looked at that direction, where a battle seemed to be in action. Many loud collisions could be heard. It's the law battle platform. Junior Yi, let's go and take a look, someone asked Yi Futian, looking at him. Sure. Yi Futian nodded. Then, the group left the place and walked towards the location of the battle. Soon, they arrived at the law battle platform. 2 cultivators were fighting against each other on the platform at the moment, and many people were standing around them, watching. Zhongli. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. In the arena, one of the cultivators was releasing his life spirit, which was a tripod. It was precisely Zhongli who had entered the Holy Ji Palace with him. He was from the Separation Road and lost to Yuan Zhan's 9 heavenly attacks. Nevertheless, he was very strong. However, at the moment, Zhongli was losing the fight. His opponent was a grade 6 noble, which was higher than him. Zhongli tenaciously defended himself for a while. In the end, he was still smashed onto the ground and spat up a lot of blood. The person who had defeated Zhongli stood arrogantly in the sky. Looking at Zhongli from above, he said, "Only geniuses can enter the Holy Ji Palace, and the same goes to you as well. However, when you're here, you need to understand that you should keep a low profile as a newcomer." Zhongli's face darkened. He did not expect himself to be humiliated like this in the first battle here. A strange expression appeared on Yi Futian's face. Newcomer? Low profile? In any case, he had always been keeping a low profile. Yi Futian. Suddenly, a person who had watched the assessment battles looked at Yi Futian. and Yu Sheng, Yuan Zhan. They're all in the top 10 in the assessment this year. Many people turned around and stared at Yi Futian and his friends. Top performer of the assessment. A grade 9 noble in the law rank. Many people smiled. One person even asked, "Top performer, did you come to the law battle platform to have a fight?" Passing by only, Yi Futian replied, smiling. "Since you're here, why don't you try? I want to see how strong the top performer this time is," the person who had just defeated Zhongli said. His name was Wang Yu. 3 years ago, he was only selected by the Thousand Holy Island due to his low level. However, he managed to enter the core island with his talents. "No. I was only lucky to be the top performer. Clearly, I'm no match for you," Yi Futian said, smiling. "Let's go." Then, the group started walking away from the place. Yi Futian had come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate and become strong quickly. It would be best to avoid any battle. Since you're in the low rank, you don't have to be so humble. Wang Yu released his aura which enveloped Yi Futian. He was still unwilling to give up. "Now," Yi Futian said softly. Then, he suddenly turned around. Enveloped with the wind, the 4 people charged towards Wang Yu directly, causing everyone around to be stunned. In the next instant, vines grew out from Yi Xiaoshi's body wildly. Yuan Zhan slapped out, while Yu Sheng struck his god-slaying halberd forward directly. On the other hand, the polearm of divine destruction appeared in Yi Futian's hands and he attacked Wang Yu from midair with an astonishing force. This sudden change caused everyone to be flabbergasted, including Wang Yu. He used all his powers to defend, but many attacks landed onto his body at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Many loud bangs were heard. Then, everyone saw Wang Yu's body collapse on the ground directly as he spat out blood. "Let's go." Before anyone could react, Yi Futian and his friends had already left and gone up into the sky. Air. Many people were bewildered. Yi Futian was humble just a second ago, but he suddenly attacked Wang Yu with his strongest move. "That's despicable," someone said emotionlessly. Was this the top performance in this batch? Zhongli got up from the ground and said coldly, "A grade 6 noble just challenged a grade 9 noble, and you're saying that he's despicable?" Indeed, he was still too simple-minded. He should have been quick and ruthless just like Yi Futian. It's still so boring in the end. Yun Feng smiled and shook his head. He thought that Yi Futian, a genius who had just entered the law rank, would agree to the fight. Little did he expect something like this to happen. Therefore, he was somewhat disappointed. Then, he also left the place. On the other, Yi Futian, who was flying in the air, cursed in his mind, "Idiot." Chapter 588, the region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yi Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. The region around the law battle area was known as the Law Power Zone. Yi Futian spent one day walking around in the Law Power Zone, and he was somewhat shocked. The Holy Ji Palace was indeed a holy land for cultivators. On the left side of the Law Power Zone, there were the Ice Zone and the Flame Zone, while on the right were the Earth Zone and the Lightning Zone. In the region at the back, one could find an extraordinary storm, as well as countless ancient woods. Among the 7 powers, only the element of metal seemed to be missing. However, the sky-reaching tower at the front, which was honored as the best place for martial arts cultivators, was glittering in golden radiance and contained metal elemental powers. That was the most crowded place. Of course, Yi Futian only visited the exterior of each zone to look at the situation inside. In the end, Yu Sheng, Yuan Zhan, and Yi Shaoshi went to the sky-reaching tower, while Yi Futian went to the left side of the law power zone alone. Such a wonderful place was very useful for him as a noble plane cultivator. He would definitely not miss out on the opportunity. Yi Futian went into the ice zone on the left side of the law power zone. The entire place was white. Covered completely in ice, it looked desolate and freezing cold. Yi Futian strolled on the ice and stared at the frozen ancient tree ahead, which looked like an ice statue. Even with Yi Futian's level, he could still feel an intense wave of coldness. However, he did not stop and continued walking deeper. This was clearly a place for cultivators with ice elemental powers. The coldness grew rapidly in intensity. The frozen world, along with the silver, crystal-like tree, presented a different kind of beauty. From the icy ground, many traces of white, chilly gas were being released. The cold gas could actually seep into Yi Futian's body, and it seemed to turn into a strange kind of ice elemental spiritual qi. They spread across his body bit by bit, causing his blood to flow slowly. Gradually, Yi Futian's pace, and even his breathing, slowed down. Unknowingly, Yi Futian felt that his thoughts and breathing were becoming slower as the coldness intruded into his body. Yi Futian closed his eyes. Sensing the world around him with his spiritual energy, he discovered that even the flow of spiritual qi was diminishing. The entire world had slowed down. This was an effect caused by ice will. Apart from being slower, Yi Futian's body was also covered with frost. If this was to continue, he would be frozen here forever. In this barren, icy world, Yi Futian would very occasionally see other cultivators. They would normally sit down at a certain place, feeling the artistic conception in silence. After a cultivator reached the noble plane, absorbing spiritual qi and meditating would only allow his spiritual energy to grow by a limited amount. In this way, his rate of cultivation would be extremely slowly. To hasten it, he would need to focus on understanding noble will. Noble will of any element would do the job. Noble will was something that only noble plane cultivators could fully understand. It involved both spiritual energy and spiritual qi. Therefore, the deeper one's understanding was, the faster one's spiritual energy would grow. This was the reason why some noble plane cultivators were very likely to stagnate at a certain grade, unable to move forward. If both a cultivator's talents and resources were limited, he might encounter a bottleneck. The disciples of major forces were talented and had various resources, so they could obviously grow faster. For example, in the Holy Ji Palace, all the disciples were geniuses in the first place. In addition, they had natural resources to help their understanding and cultivation. Why would they not become strong? This was also the reason why cultivators would seek better colleges and forces. This place is really suitable for Lulan. In the future, I'll find a way to let her cultivate here, Yi Futian thought. Then, he walked some distance forward again. He realized that the deeper he went, the stronger the artistic conception became and the more he could learn. In his body, a flame aura was flowing, resisting the corrosion from the coldness and preventing his body from being totally frozen. Sometimes, when he could not persist any longer, he would stop and cultivate. In this place, even time seemed to have slowed down. As Yi Futian alternated between walking and stopping, 7 days passed. His understanding towards the element of ice had also grown deeper. However, he did not give up and continued walking into the deeper part. The cold gas being released from the ground was increasing. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation and discovered that a mysterious current was flowing towards him from a place ahead and beneath the ground. It was as though the endless icy qi was coming from there. He wanted to see what exactly was causing this. Slowly, Yi Futian felt that he was very close to his destination. In front of him, there was a frozen valley. He activated the fire elemental powers in his body to the maximum, and only then did he manage to reach the top of the valley. Looking down, he actually saw an icy lake, the lake of coldness, inside the valley. Icy currents were precisely being released from the lake of coldness and spreading outside, causing the entire place to be frozen. Yi Futian activated the freedom meditation. He could feel a mysterious yet potent power from the lake of coldness, but he did not go down impulsively. Instead, he sat down at the top of the valley and closed his eyes, feeling the power around him. Days passed one after the other. Yi Futian could feel the icy currents that had completely filled his surroundings slowly seep into his skin, blood, and bones. Suddenly, a beam of divine light appeared which looked like a crescent moon. As the divine light flew on his body, Yi Futian also released one of his life spirits, a lonely moon. At the same time, an emerald green color glittered on his body and an ancient tree could be vaguely seen. Then, the three started to greedily devour the ice elemental chi around him. The icy chi flew into Yi Futian's body and eventually into his life palace. Even the world tree was covered in frost as it rustled, producing a desolate and cold sight. At the moment, Yi Futian was somewhat shocked. He actually managed to do it. After he entered the noble plane and understood more about noble will, the world tree could actually absorb the will of various elements. Of course, this was because the coldness was seeping into his body slowly. If someone attacked him by casting a powerful ice elemental spell, he would be frozen to death before being able to absorb anything. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Yi Futian's body was already covered in white frost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and even his pupils seemed to have been turned silver. Shaking his body, the frost on his body dropped to the ground. Then, he stood up and walked slowly towards the lake of coldness in the valley. Accompanied by many rustlings, emerald green stems and leaves extended from his body, absorbing the icy currents flowing past him. Finally, he reached the edge of the lake of coldness. His body was covered by frost which was then absorbed by his life spirit, and the whole process kept repeating itself. He knew well that without the world tree, he would not have made it this far, and would have not dared to try it in the first place. It's not water. It's an icy lake condensed from the icy currents. What's down there? Yi Futian muttered to himself. The stems of the world tree continued to extend from his body and entered the lake of coldness, going deeper. Yi Futian also walked out and submerged into the lake slowly. His world tree spirit enveloped his body and he did not dare to be even slightly careless. In the lake of coldness, Yi Futian continued his way down with his entire body covered in his life spirit. As he went deeper, he finally saw what was on the bed of the lake of coldness. It was a crystalline, silvery snow lotus which was so clean that not even the slightest amount of dirt could be found on it. The petals of the lotus were also silver in color. As it swayed in the lake slowly, icy currents were released from it. This place is frozen and contains an endless amount of coldness. Is this only because of the lotus below? Yi Futian was astonished. What lotus was this? Although he knew that there were many rare things in the world, this was the first time he saw such a powerful snow lotus. The lotus had given birth to an entire world, one that was covered by intense coldness. Yi Futian's body was covered by his life spirit, but he could still feel how terrifying the icy currents trying to invade his body were. He did not want to stay any longer. What's that? Suddenly, Yi Futian actually saw an ice statue beside the lotus. Someone was frozen inside. Was this someone from the Holy Ji Palace who had died by entering the relic with brute force? The vines of the world tree swept out and grabbed the ice statue. Then, Yi Futian ascended from the bed of the lake. He did not want the frozen body to remain there forever. Very soon, Yi Futian was out of the lake of coldness again. He brought the ice statue and left the valley, returning to the top. Then, he put the statue down. Yi Futian looked at the ice statue as his glance turned into a long stare. The person inside the transparent ice statue was actually an extremely charming lady. Moreover, she was wearing only simple undergarments. She looked sexy and exquisite, and her skin was white and flawless, as if it had merged with the ice. That's so unfortunate, Yi Futian muttered to himself. With such an outstanding appearance, she must have been a genius from a top family or force. She actually died cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian put his hand on the ice and his fire elemental power slowly melted it away. Very quickly, a flawless body was lying on the ground. Her skin was as pure as snow, as if she had merged with the ground. Perhaps because she had been frozen, no injuries could be observed on her body and her skin looked extremely delicate. Even if you want to cultivate, why did you have to dress like this and enter the lake? Yi Futian muttered to himself, not knowing what to do. If he just carried the corpse of the beauty outside, there would certainly be a huge misunderstanding. However, it was also bad to just leave her here. Please forgive me. After withdrawing his life spirit, Yi Futian took out a piece of cloth and put it around the lady's body. He could not care if there would be a misunderstanding. Who asked him to be so kind? Then, he picked the body up off the ground. He could feel that the lady's skin was still soft and smooth, just like that of an ordinary person's. Lifting his foot, Yi Futian walked towards the outside. In the silvery world, Yi Futian carried the body towards the entrance. Suddenly, someone asked, "Is it comfortable?" "Yup." Yi Futian nodded subconsciously. "Wait." Yi Futian staggered and immediately looked at the person he was carrying. He saw a pair of clear and pretty eyes staring at him, as cold as the freezing world. Then, he felt her breath and heartbeat. A corpse coming to life. Yi Futian immediately withdrew his hands. Accompanied by a soft thud, the lady fell to the ground. However, she did not seem to have felt anything and was still staring coldly at Yi Futian. Then, she got up from the ground. With her back facing Yi Futian, she took out her clothes from her storage ring and covered her wonderful body up with a silver-colored windbreaker. When she turned around, Yi Futian raised both of his hands up and said in a shaking voice, "It's just a misunderstanding." He really wanted to curse. Was this lady mad? She ran to the lake of coldness to be frozen, and also had not worn enough clothing. The lady was still staring at him. Then, she reached out her hand. Immediately, Yi Futian was slowly frozen as an extremely intense coldness seeped into his body. Yi Futian shivered. The lady was at the peak of the noble plane. Air. Yi Futian wanted to curse, but he still smiled and explained, "It's really a misunderstanding." The coldness continued to invade his body. Stomping on the ground, Yi Futian jumped into the air immediately, his speed as fast as lightning. However, an enormous ice wall suddenly appeared on the path before him. At the same time, his body was almost frozen and he could hardly move. "Listen to my explanation," Yi Futian shouted. How unlucky did he have to be? You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.